Plans backed by the golden rule, treating customers like neighbors. No fine print and no bait and switch. Now that's a bold move. Bravado Wireless.
If you haven't heard, we're moving to 5G and shutting down our 3G network. But don't worry, this is a good thing. What you can expect out of this conversion: less dropped calls, crystal clear calls, faster data, and voice and data simultaneously. Unfortunately, some older phones will need to be upgraded to a newer device capable of an eSIM. Contact your local Bravado Wireless store to find out if your device needs to be upgraded or not. And make sure you're following Bravado Wireless on social to stay in the know of our conversion dates. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
You don't need 4 lines for our best price. Get unlimited mobile service for $40 per month per line, period. With the same nationwide network as Big Wireless and neighborly service like nowhere else. Make the switch and save.
At Bravado Wireless, we don't believe in wasting your time or ours. Our mission is to serve you with honesty and integrity. That's why we offer upfront competitive pricing with no hidden fees in our plans. For $40 a month, you get unlimited talk, text, and data with nationwide coverage. No data caps and no restrictions. No matter if it's your first, second, or third line, you only pay $40 per month per line. All of that with coverage on America's best network. We're your local service provider. Come get to know us. Go bold, go Bravado.
Plans backed by the golden rule, treating customers like neighbors. No fine print and no bait and switch. Now that's a bold move. Bravado Wireless.
Right now, more than ever, we're choosing to take the back roads and stay off of the beaten path. We're doing all that we can to avoid the crowds and the hustle of the city.
Hi, welcome to Bravado. How can I help you today?
Hi, we were hoping you could tell us why everyone is switching to Bravado Wireless.
It's probably because their plans start at just $40 a month.
Yeah, and they have unlimited high-speed data.
And the same nationwide coverage.
But they probably have really old, outdated phones.
No, actually they carry the top-of-the-line Samsung and Apple devices.
But how?
I don't know, but they must be doing something right. They've been family-owned and operated since 1911.
So you're telling me that Bravado Wireless has a $40 per line per month plan, unlimited high-speed data, the same nationwide coverage, and all the latest Samsung and Apple products?
Yep.
Stop by today to take advantage of our $40 a month per line plan. A deal so good, you might just want to switch. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
From nationwide coverage to live high school sports to the great outdoors and so much more, we've got something for you. We're a local wireless carrier right here in Oklahoma. We work for your town, in your town. But great cell phone signal in rural areas is just scratching the surface. We also broadcast live events from all over eastern Oklahoma. High school football, basketball, baseball, dirt track races, livestock shows, and community events. Everything to keep you connected in your community. We're also producing original shows like Connect Outdoors and Cooking Wild that shines a light on real Oklahoman experiences. You can find us at bravadowireless.com, or you can search for us on Facebook or YouTube. You can even find us on the Oklahoma Sports Network. You can download their app straight to your phone, Apple TV, Smart TV, or Roku. We don't just create for Oklahoma, we are Oklahoma. We're Bravado Wireless, Oklahoma's service provider.
Get treated like a neighbor, not a number. With the best price on home internet and mobile service from your friendly local provider. Make the switch and save.
You don't need 4 lines for our best price. Get unlimited mobile service for $40 per month per line, period. with the same nationwide network as Big Wireless and neighborly service like nowhere else. Make the switch and save.
Whether your roads are dirt, paved, or if you're blazing new trails, the roads we travel lead to all of our most cherished places and people. Bravado Wireless strives to keep you connected wherever the roads may take you. We are the leader in wireless mobility and connection in Oklahoma and across the nation. We carry some of the market's top cell phone brands, fast, reliable home internet, and even greater customer service. Locally owned and operated right here in eastern Oklahoma. So whatever roads you travel, Bravado Wireless has them covered. From beginning to end. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
At Bravado Wireless, we don't believe in wasting your time or ours. Our mission is to serve you with honesty and integrity. That's why we offer upfront competitive pricing with no hidden fees in our plans. For $40 a month, you get unlimited talk, text, and data with nationwide coverage. No data caps and no restrictions. No matter if it's your first, second, or third line, you only pay $40 per month per line. All of that with coverage on America's best network. We're your local service provider. Come get to know us. Go bold, go Bravado.
Get treated like a neighbor, not a number, with the best price on home internet and mobile service from your friendly local provider. Make the switch and save.
Hi, we're Bravado Wireless. You may have seen us at your local events and wondered just exactly what we do. We provide the highest quality cell phone service, specializing in outstanding coverage, both locally and nationwide. We're headquartered right here in Oklahoma, with multiple store locations in eastern Oklahoma. We provide the most affordable, unlimited talk, text, and data plans available. Make sure you stop in now and enjoy our other amazing summer deals before they end. Visit Bravado Wireless store locations for all other details, or go to bravadowireless.com for more information. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
You don't need 4 lines for our best price. Get unlimited mobile service for $40 per month per line, period. With the same nationwide network as Big Wireless and neighborly service like nowhere else. Make the switch and save.
At Bravado Wireless, we don't believe in wasting your time or ours. Our mission is to serve you with honesty and integrity. That's why we offer upfront competitive pricing with no hidden fees in our plans. For $40 a month, you get unlimited talk, text, and data with nationwide coverage. No data caps and no restrictions. No matter if it's your first, second, or third line, you only pay $40 per month per line. All of that with coverage on America's best network. We're your local service provider. Come get to know us. Go bold, go Bravado.
Right now, more than ever, we're choosing to take the back roads and stay off of the beaten path. We're doing all that we can to avoid the crowds and the hustle of the city. While we know that taking the road less traveled isn't for everyone, it's where we feel most at home. Every turn down this road could be challenging, and much like you, we know the harder the challenge, the greater the reward. That's why each and every day, Bravado Wireless is growing our network further down the county roads and down the roads less traveled. We're making sure wherever your road may lead, you're always connected. We are Bravado Wireless, Oklahoma's own wireless provider.
staging the animals in the far south end of the west hangar. If you can't hear me, make sure someone in earshot can hear me and then can find you in a hurry. With today's weather, we're going to try to be really efficient and keep things moving. I ask that you not come to the staging area until you're called, but when your class is called, please come immediately. We'll give a couple of heads up, and then we will ask for you to be here. We'll put you in class, and we will show. Again, we'll start with commercial heifers, work through our registered breeds, ending with our 2 AOB classes. We'll have an AOB class for the Brahma Beefmaster and similar influence, and then AOB for all the rest. And then we'll wrap up our heifer show for the day and get ready for our steer show this evening at 7 p.m. Again, we appreciate everyone coming out to the stock show today. We're going to have a great time. First call, Class 1 commercial heifers. First call, Class 1 commercial heifers. First call, Class 2 commercial heifers.
One, two, 1 2, check test 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, check test 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 1 2 3. How's the volume in the bleachers? Pretty good? Pretty good? One, two, 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Same with this one. Pretty good.
Last call, Class 1 and Class 2 commercial heifers to the staging area. Again, the staging area is the far south end of the west hangar. With the way we do the sale order now, we ask breeds to stick around. We'll be putting you in some places to hold you. That way we can get the breeds done, and then we'll begin with the next breed. Especially you smaller breeds, smaller in number breeds, stick really close because it will move fast. Class 3 commercials. Class 3 commercials. First call. Abigail Belcher. Last call, Abigail Belcher. I see a wave. Thank you. Last call. Class 3 commercials. First call, Class 4 and 5 commercials. Class 3 should be in the staging area.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 version of the Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show, Cattle Show. We're going to show heifers starting here in just a few minutes. The steer show will be this evening at 7 p.m. Well, those of y'all that have attended the show throughout the week and attended these functions in the past, you know that we take every opportunity that we have, and at this time we take a moment to thank our and pay tribute to our faith and our Father, our freedom, and our fighting forces. This morning we come together to do that as family. So if you would please rise and remove all cover as Mr. Cash Kreiner is going to lead us in prayer this morning.
Let's pray. Lord, thank you today. Thank you for letting us all gather here. Muskogee Livestock Show. Thank you for letting us all be safe the past 4 days of showing. And thank you for letting us all gather here. And thank you for the men and women that have served to protect this great land, and so we can still pray before events and raise the flag. Please let us be safe as we continue showing today, and please let all our livestock be safe. Lord, please let us all be safe as we go home. We'll never break. Amen.
And thank you, Cash, and please remain standing as Kirsten Latimer sings our national anthem.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red glad, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Fantastic job, Kirsten. I know we're at the cattle show, but she just knocked it out of the park with a microphone. All right, we're getting ready to go. Class 1 commercial heifers will be coming up first.
Last call, all Class 3, 4, and 5 commercial. Class 3, 4, and 5 commercial should be in the saging area.
Our judge for the cattle show today is Jake Scott from Gordon, Nebraska, graduate of Connor State College and Oklahoma State University. I'd like to welcome Jake Scott here. Here we go. Starting the show with Class 1 commercial heifers.
All Class 4s and 5s in the staging area. 6s, Class 6, be on your way. First call, Class 6.
Well, first and foremost, I wish everybody a good morning and welcome you here to the Muskogee Regional Livestock Show. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here with you today. As these young exhibitors kind of get their heifers pulled into position, this morning I've chosen to start with the young man's heifer to my far right. She's a bigger heifer in the class, and I think she's got some real advantages in terms of her skeletal design and the amount of volume and capacity that she has, the amount of width and squareness that she has when you get behind her. Let's start with this heifer from a profile. There is not an ugly-fronted, trashy-fronted heifer in this class, and certainly she's not either. Really a petite-headed, clean neck, clean-chested heifer. It's got a very good shoulder in her. But I think where her real advantages lie compared to the heifer in second is she's a heifer that's stronger and truer down her top. I love how level she comes out from behind her shoulder as compared to that heifer in second. Her tail head sets in more squarely across her rump, more in alignment with her spine. I really like the depth that she has in her forerib, like the bone that she has, but especially when I get in behind her. I see more width and squareness in that heifer today than the heifer in second. I like that about her. If we're going to make this heifer better, I'd like to improve her foot quality a little bit. Already at this young age, that heifer's a little longer toed than what I prefer, and she's got a little extra set to that back leg. It doesn't take away from her value to me as a cow, but in the show ring, it takes away from her balance just a little bit and her eye appeal. And to set her down a little truer on that back leg, I think would be a good thing. The problem is this real stylish heifer, big boned heifer here that comes in second, also has a few challenges for me just in terms of maybe the way she sets down her back leg too. But let's start with the positives. Boy, that's a real striking, eye-catching kind of a heifer. I like our heifer in front. She's clean-necked, clean-chested. She's got a good top in her when you study her from her shoulder blades back, a nice natural rib cage in her with some shape and some arc and some spring to that rib cage. And as I begin by saying, a really good boned heifer. On the other side of the coin, this is a heifer that's a little higher up in that tail head than what I'd prefer. I'd like to relax her. And as we study her in terms of foot and leg structure, I find her to just be a little straighter on both ends. A little straighter from her knee to the ground, a little straighter in the way she attaches at her hock and pastern there. Maybe not as expressive in that lower quarter as our heifer that goes out in front of her, but a stylish heifer, a big-topped heifer, a big-boned heifer, and one that I really like in the second position. The young man's roan heifer that places third today, we don't want to be too critical of this heifer because, as everyone can see, she's the lightest and she's the greenest in the class, and that'll get better. See, this is a heifer that really has some interesting parts and pieces that we need to appreciate. She's clean-fronted. She's long-bodied relative to her height and her stature. She's a heifer that I think has good muscle shape to her. Today, I find her to be a little rounder out of that hip, maybe not as attractive in the way she handles that hind leg, but trust me, her best days are in front of her, just needs a little more time and development. A good way to start our morning show. How about we give them a nice round of applause?
All right, Class 1 results. First place going to be Jace Spivey, Stigler FFA. Second place going to be Abigail Belcher, Porum FFA. And third place, Lane Lewis from Muskogee. 4H, it looks like. And we're going to go now to Class 2 commercial heifers. Class 2 commercial heifers. Looks like your class is going to be 6 head.
Last call, Class 4s and 5s. Last call. 4s and 5s. Again, we're experiencing some technical difficulties on speakers in the cattle barn. So make sure you have a set of ears over here with us. Class 5, line up here, Ransom. Class 6 commercial. Class 6 commercial. Class 7. Last call, Class 5 commercial. Class 6 should be in the staging area. Class 7, be on your way.
Boy, I think it's so neat when you see a little excitement from the crowd, because these two heifers, if ever any two deserve a little excitement, it's these. These are real good heifers in first and second. Certainly turned the heat up in terms of the quality that we've seen this morning. If ever there was a class where I wish we could combine the best parts and pieces of two heifers into one, this would be it. These heifers have such complementary strengths to one another, and let me explain that just a little bit. I'm going to choose to use this heifer in the black heifer in first here. Between the two heifers, she's, for me, the more maternally made, deeper sided, sounder structured heifer of the pair. Look at her up through her head, her neck, and her shoulder, and I think she's got a real mama cow look. I think she's got a feminine, broody, maternal-looking head to her. She's good enough in her neck, in her chest, and her shoulder, but I'll admit that by comparison, the heifer in second's a little better. She comes back to a real strong rib cage that's got a lot of depth, especially right there in the center of her body, but also a lot back through that rear flank. She's a bigger framed heifer that's got tremendous length of side, and where I think she really excels and brings herself together and wins the class for me is when you put them in motion. This is a heifer who collects herself in her top line. She reaches out with, I think, a longer stride, but with more cushion on her pasterns than does the heifer in second. Now, young man, I'm through talking about your heifer, but I don't want you to leave. This heifer in second, what makes this such a challenging class is there's some areas where she's definitely better. The heifer in second's a more muscular heifer. She's got a bigger top. She's stronger right in behind her shoulder. She's bigger and stouter when you get in behind her in terms of hooks to pins and sheer muscle that she has in her hip. You say, well, why doesn't she win? Well, I think the question I have to ask myself is that you first have to say, does this heifer have enough muscle? And she certainly does. And in a situation where she has enough muscle, she's still good enough fronted, and she's got those advantages I like in soundness, in stature, and in depth of body. I think there's more positives in her column than in the heifer here in second. But go ahead and pull this heifer in second. Now, no doubt, she is an extremely chiseled out, neat design, neat fronted heifer that's cool in her bone, cool in her muscle, just cool in her look. She's a little more moderate in her stature. She's not quite as long-sided for me. She's a heifer that as you watch her walk, and I don't think it goes with her every day of the week, but here today at the show, she wants to pop those pasterns ever so slightly as she goes around the ring. And for those reasons, I'm going to keep her in second today. Just a little more of a clubby look for me compared to a little more maternal look, but two great heifers in first and second. I congratulate both of these young exhibitors on a nice pair. It doesn't get any easier, by the way, in third through fifth. This is a closely matched trio. The heifer that comes out next is a lot like that heifer in second in terms of her muscle. She's big top, big hip, big bone, got a good rib cage in her, a little more of a medium statured heifer, not as clean fronted as those heifers in first and second, and in fact, not as clean fronted as the heifer in front of her. But again, I like the muscle, I like the bone, I like the shape that she has, and I think she's got a little more balance in terms of levelness and squareness of hip than this big framed heifer does in second. The big framed heifer in second is really keen-headed, clean-necked, really tight-chested, a lot of muscle in that heifer as well. She comes at us today a little greener and rawer in her condition. She's a heifer that's not as good from hooks to pins in terms of structure. When you watch her walk, she dips those pins a little and kind of wants to sling her back legs from side to side. But I love the size, I love the muscle, I really like the freshness of condition in that heifer. This is a real challenging heifer for me to place right here. And we're getting down the ways in a class here that's got a lot of quality, and this is still such a good, productive, functional female right here. Young lady, I think you got an excellent replacement potential that will always have enough growth, length, body. I think she'll take care of herself. She looks to me to be the kind that will be a real calf raiser and a money maker for you. But in a show ring setting, today we have to say she's maybe just a little flatter in her muscle pattern, a little keener in her bone work. All those are comparative terms, but just as an individual, I really like her for the real world. I think you got a nice cow on your hands. Congratulations. And then the young man that wraps up the class, another good growthy, long-bodied, long-sided heifer, really attractive in her head, really thin-necked. Is she as stout-boned or as good structured as some of the others? No, she's not, but a lot of usefulness in that heifer as well. Great class here, number 2. Congratulations, kids.
Class 2 commercial heifer results coming in 6th place from the Warner FFA, going to be Fletcher Reese. 5th place from Oklahoma 4-H, Isabella Flurry. 4th place from Midway 4-H, Gracie Stonebarger. 3rd place from Gore 4-H, Paisley Oxtoby. 2nd place from Fort Gibson 4-H, Jade Crawl. And your class winner from the Warner 4-H is Kai Fowler. Entering the show ring now is commercial heifer class number 3. Should be a class of 5 head.
Class 6 is lining up in the staging area. If you're not here, you need to be. Last call, Class 6. Last call, Class 7. Class 8 and 9, be working your way. Class 8 and 9, be working your way.
Boy, compliments to these kids in the commercial division here on the quality of heifers they're exhibiting. 2 more exceptional heifers find their way to the top of this class, but none more so than the young lady's heifer that I pulled in first. We could say a lot of things about this heifer, but it would all be positive. I think the one word that tells you really, I think describes the heifer is just quality. She's kind of in her own elite level of quality compared to the heifers in this class. And, you know, specifically compared to that heifer in second, there's just so much more of her. She's better in behind her shoulder in terms of width and depth of her forerib. Really a smooth-sided, smooth-topped heifer. It's got a lot of shape, a lot of thickness, a lot of body. Power from end to end, but yet still a lot of balance. And those two things combined with a lot of structural soundness, that's all hard to get in the same package, and that heifer does it really, really nicely. Maybe where I like the heifer in second a little better is right there at her shoulder, where she's got more height than elevation and is more level from her hips forward, whereas the heifer in front wants to run downhill slightly. But that's a small advantage I give to a heifer here that in second would have easily won a lot of classes today. You want to talk about just drawing up in some deep water. I love your heifer, young man. She's so stylish and so neat made from a skeletal standpoint, from a profile standpoint. She's really the kind that I like to see. I think she's so correct, and she does have that height that I like to see at the point of her shoulder. She's strong and level down her top. She's got length from hooks to pins. Love the way she's hooked up through her hind leg and pasture, and it's really attractive and correct. Very fresh and very genuine in her rib cage. But as I said today, she ran into a heifer that's, I think, more powerful in terms of her body and her mass and her length. Just got out measured by one today that's really good, but that's an awfully good heifer in second. Young lady, you bring your third place heifer out here, and we're going to brag a lot about her too. You want to talk about one of the real, true, massive heifers in this class. That's the word I'd use to describe this heifer, is massive. She's massive in her body and she's massive in her width. That heifer's got width at her chest, width in the center of her body, width in her hip, and width at her hock as she goes away from you, and I like that. I think that'll translate into one that makes a really powerful cow for this young lady one day. And still yet, with all that shape and all that meat, boy, her shoulder blade lays in her so nice. But we begin to ask ourselves as we measure her against some heifers that are very elite in this class, is she as long-necked? Is she as clean-chested? Does she handle herself as nicely on the move? And by a small measure, the answer is no. She could be a little better in those areas, but boy, folks, you got to realize we're nitpicking an awfully, awfully good heifer in a super good class, and I just can't say enough good things about the heifer in third. And young lady, be very proud of her as you go out of the ring. That's a nice female. And then the heifers that are in fourth and fifth have a lot of similarities. They come to us perhaps a little more in their working clothes today, but both of these are growthy, long-bodied, real honest condition type heifers. For me, I think the heifer's maybe a little more sensibly sized up here in fourth in terms of she's not quite as big as the heifer up there. Maybe a better way to say that is she's got a little more body maybe to match her frame size. I think she's maybe just handles herself a little bit better on the move, a little bit more of a cow look, a little more maternal in that one than what I see in the bigger framed heifer here that's going to complete the class. But look at the bone in this heifer, look at the performance, look at the length. Those are all great traits to have in cattle, and she has them in spades. A nice class of cattle. Congratulations to you all.
Class 3 results. In fifth place from the Warner 4-H, Kaya Briley. Fourth place from the Fort Gibson 4-H is Jesse Farmer. Third place from the Shakota FFA is going to be Claire Foreman. Second place from the Porum FFA is going to be Isaiah Salee. And first place from the Fort Gibson FFA is going to be Kennedy Lockhart. This will be Class 4 commercial heifers, and I believe your class is going to be 8 head. 8 head.
Class 7, 8, and last call 9. 7, 8, and 9 need to be in the staging area. If you're a commercial heifer and you wanted to show today, I hope you're here.
You bet. Congratulations to these kiddos. This is a challenging class, and I'm not a judge who's ashamed to admit when it's a tough decision. There's several tough decisions to make in this class. The first tough one is right off the bat here between these two heifers in first and second. There's such different kinds of heifers in terms of their type and kind, and there's so many things I like about both of the heifers. If after our discussion here, you want to say that that one should have been first and that one should have been second, I probably won't give you much argument because I think you can make a case for doing that. But here's the way I see them today. Heifer's really, really stout that wins the class. She's stout in her body, she's stout in her top, she's stout in her hip. And although she's maybe not as long and attractive up through her neck as our heifer in second, I still like her pattern better in terms of her top line, in terms of her length and squareness of hip, and especially in terms of her tail head setting compared to that heifer in second. So because of her advantages and that extra stoutness and power and mass, the way that she handles her top and hip and tail head, she stands down on more bone. And for me, although both heifers move fine, I think she's the better structured, better moving heifer of the pair, just having a little more ideal set to that back leg than our heifer in second. Congratulations on winning a tough class. The heifer in second is one of the longest bodied heifers we've seen the entire morning. She is so stretched out and so extended from end to end, and I love that about her. That's a trait we've lost a lot of in some show cattle, and she's not lacking for it. So that really drew me to her quickly in this class. I also love her honesty and leanness of condition. I think that heifer's got a good natural rib cage in her. Although she doesn't have, by comparison, as much muscle and as much bone as that class-winning heifer, I still think she's very, very adequate. But for me, the one area this heifer could be better, with all that extra length, I wish we could just level her up in that top and relax her in that tail head. And that's a pretty good look right there of what I'm seeing. That heifer really gets relaxed and wants to drop down in the middle of her back. When she walks, she wants to break in her loin. That tail head's always kind of up in the air. And it's a little thing, but in a close pair, little things can make a difference. And today that takes away a little bit from her balance. But what a nice female in terms of her length, her function, her productivity, her maternal, all those really, really important things she checks the boxes on. Very nice heifer in second. Just as difficult of a placing for me are these heifers in third and fourth. And once more, if you feel like, doggone it, that should have been the other way around, you can make a strong case for doing it. But I love the look, the balance, the muscle, the advantages that this heifer has in that department over the fourth place heifer. From the profile, I think no doubt this heifer wins the class, wins the pair. She's a neater made heifer. She's straighter in her line. She's more expressive in her muscle. I like her bone work a little better than the heifer in second. She's just got a nice, neat, attractive look, especially here in the show ring. Really stylish, really fancy. Love when you get behind her, that shape, that top, that thickness that you see. But what she's not is as deep-bodied as the other heifers that we've seen, and that's where she needs to be better. She's a little tighter in that rear rib and flank, and with that tightness, you almost see that in her movement as well. She can come across as moving a little tighter on those rear legs. That's where I change her. No doubt this heifer in fourth is looser made. She's a looser structured, just a looser hided, deeper bodied kind of a heifer. I wish with those advantages we could add some balance. That heifer's quite a little bit plainer about her head. That heifer's another one of those that can be better in her top line, whereas many times she wants to break in behind her shoulder and really gets rough over that tail head. So I wish we could put those two heifers and combine their strengths into one. Boy, we'd have one that's lights out. But as they stand today, both of them have some real distinct strengths to them and some things that we'd like to change. But a close pair in third and fourth. A lot of people would have probably gravitated to this heifer right here. I mean, a stout, big-bodied, big-boned kind of a heifer, big top and hip. For me, she's just too compact in her kind, more moderate, but as much as anything, a shorter-sided kind of heifer. And for me, for a female, she just needs to be stretched out, probably elevated a little bit, given more of a maternal look. I read her with more of a clubby look today, but for the mass and the power that she has, I appreciate her a great deal and a lot of good things in that heifer. Congratulations to you, young lady. this is the thing I like so much about the heifer. This is a totally different kind of heifer coming in next. She has the extra height. She has the extra length. Look at the femininity about that front end. She just has more maternal in her, more replacement potential as I see it. As she is stout from this view as some of these other heifers, she's not, and that's where I wish she was better. But from a profile, from a type and kind standpoint, from a pattern and skeletal standpoint, she's my kind. There's a lot of good there. That one will make a nice cow as we get her into production. Congratulations to you. The two heifers that wrap up the class are so similar in their kind. They're thick, they're meaty, they're big bone, kind of the same in terms of size and length. I see a little more eye appeal in the black heifer compared to the yellow heifer behind her. Better up through her front end, a little cleaner, a little longer, just a little more feminine, a little more of that female look that I like. Certainly a stout one here that wraps up the class. I'd just like to give her more femininity. I'd like to clean her up in that front end, take some of the crest off that neck, body her up a little bit, but I wouldn't change a thing about that top and that hip and that bone. Really, really good in that regard. Congratulations to you all.
The results of Class 4 commercial heifers from the Coweta 4-H going to be Allison Dillingham, 7th place Coweta FFA, Jackson Edwards, 6th place Alisal 4-H, Briley Choate, 5th place Coweta FFA, Avery Theodore, 4th place from the Porum FFA, Freedom Barnes, 3rd place Weber's Falls FFA, Bailey Haraway, 2nd place Kenta FFA, Mason Montague, and 1st place Beggs FFA is Kaylin Groves. This is Class 5 commercial heifers, and it should be a class of 6 head.
Last call, all commercial heifers. Bollinger, are you with us? Wave at me. All right.
these pairs continue to be close in these first 2, 3, 4 spots in all these classes, and no exception here. I think this is a real competitive pair of heifers here in first and second, and some real differences in between them. Another one of these where you got to make some tough choices as a judge. Young lady's heifer I'm going to choose to win. I don't think there's any question has won the contest in terms of balance and eye appeal, cleanliness of neck, shoulder, chest, front third. She does a really good job of that. She's a deep-sided heifer that's extremely sound structured. So one of the advantages she has in this pair is watching the softness she has in their pasterns, the curvature and set and correctness she has at her knee and hock, the length of stride that she has when you put her in motion. I like those things about her, and I love that striking profile that she has. And let's hold her here for a second. The heifer that stands behind her is no question more powerful. She's wider in her forerib. She's got a better top. She's stronger right in behind her shoulder, and there's more meat and muscle back in that hip, and I acknowledge that. This heifer that wins the class, again, you have to ask yourself, is she adequate in terms of width? Is she adequate in terms of muscle? And I certainly think she is. That combined with that look and that soundness keeps her in first. But young lady, the heifer in second has a lot of positives. I do love that stoutness, that length, that power that she has. Today, she doesn't handle herself as nicely on those rear legs. And don't hear me say that she doesn't walk good, but this is kind of a game of inches at this point, and there is a slight difference in the way she travels compared to that heifer who wins. This is a heifer also maybe slightly lower in that pin setting. Just see a little more roundness back in that hip with that extra muscle. So as much as I love her, I do think she gets outmeasured just ever so slightly by that really nice heifer in first. Then the heifer that comes in third, she probably matches the profile of our class-winning heifer better. I like that look. I love the presentation, the style, and the balance she gives you from the side. Boy, she can really get my blood pumping. The problem with her is when you get in behind her, you see that she loses a little bit down in the complete lower third of her skeleton. She doesn't have as much drop and width in the lower third of that body, but especially when you watch her walk away from you, she wants to narrow up underneath compared to those wider tracking, wider based heifers in first and second. And that's where she could be better today. But a beautiful heifer that I really like in terms of her skeleton and her build and her attractiveness from the side. Then this roan heifer that comes out next, super good bodied. Love the depth and capacity. A lot of true rib shape in that heifer with good arch and curvature and spring and boldness to that rib up high, and carries it right down to a nice deep rib cage. Has the look of a real easy keeper, an easy doing type of heifer, and that'll benefit her whole life. Today, I find her to be just a little more compact and shorter sided in her kind, a little more refined in her bone work, but a lot of positives in this roan heifer. Then the two young men that complete the class. They've got growthy heifers. They've got heifers that have length. I think there's more squareness and levelness of hip in the young man's heifer here, more attractiveness and femininity up front. Young man in the cowboy hat will have better days showing than he did today. But he's got an awfully thick, muscular heifer. She's just been a little hard-headed. So let's give them all some encouragement as they leave the ring on another nice class.
Class 5 results, 6th place. Fort Gibson says FFA, might be 4H, going to be Weston Young. 5th place, Gore FFA, Ransom Richardson. 4th place, Morris 4H, Ella Malone. 3rd place, Shakota 4H, Brody Lovett. And 2nd place, Kenta FFA, Dakota Montague. And 1st place, Sequoia County 4H, going to be Chloe Clark. This will be Class 6, I do believe. Yes, Class 6, commercial heifer is going to be a class of 7 head.
the black white-legged heifer that's going to win the class. Does so because I think she's easily the nicest balanced heifer. She's the soundest structured, best moving heifer that we have, and still got lots and lots of look and eye appeal. She's the one that, particular to this class, really has a show heifer look to her. She's extended and upright in her front end. She's long-sided, really level in her design, presented very nicely. But beyond that, and more importantly to me, she's extremely sound structured, built right in her skeleton and her pattern. I think compared to that heifer in second, there's just a notch more quality in terms of her design, better structure, better movement, and that's what keeps her in first place. When I saw the heifer in second come in, I thought this is one that's got a real chance at winning this class because of that shape that she has. You talk about cattle with shape, I think she's a good example of it. Everywhere you look on that heifer, you see bulge and curvature and shape of muscle. A big bulging top in her, lots of spring and shape to her rib, big old bulging quarter horse shaped kind of hip in her, bone, width. I love that about her. Today we need to put a little more soundness with it, because with that extra muscle comes a little tightness, a little hardness of that muscle, gets a little more restricted on those rear legs, a little steeper up in that tail head. But I'd change that about her, but I wouldn't want to change a thing about all the shape that she has, and I really appreciate cattle with shape. Here's a real interesting heifer in third. The heifer in third is easily the biggest framed one that we have in the class. She looks odd out here because of her size. She's so much taller than the rest of them, so you kind of wonder what to do with her. I think she's a little extreme in terms of her frame. I'd like to moderate her in that regard, but still even at that, she's tremendously heavy structured. There's lots of bone, lots of power and stoutness in the way that heifer's built from hooks to pins. Really, really wide framed when you get behind her. So a lot of positives in her, but for me, just needs to bring to the table more of a maternal look, especially about that head and neck. Another one that needs to be brought down in that tail head, but I really like the bone, I like the length, and lots of size there. This heifer that comes out next, maybe a little more practical in her frame size for me, okay? Another heifer that I think has that shape that we talked about in terms of her width and her thickness and her body. But one of these, as we get into some heifers down here, it's going to be the same case. Struggles a little more on the move, lacks a little of that femininity up through the front third, but brings so much to the table from a power standpoint. Kind of a moderate framed heifer coming around now. One of the bigger ones that we see, but what I like about her is that in relation to her frame size, there's still good length of body in this heifer. I like that she has some stretch and some extension, again, relative to that frame size. So for me, I think she's feminine up through that head, love the body and love the mass, but she's just a little compact in her size, a little refined in her bone work, just a little rounder in her makeup for what I prefer. Here's a bigger heifer now that comes in behind her. Long-bodied, tall-statured, really, really stretchy, clean and honest and fresh in her body condition. Love those things about her. I don't think that heifer's through growing yet, and to accommodate that extra size, I'd like to see a little more body, a little muscle, because as she continues to grow, she's going to need that to keep her balance. That's an advantage for the Hereford marked heifer coming around next. She's the better bodied one of the group. I wish she had a little more of the style and balance, cleanliness of front end that the heifer in front of her and some others have in the class. But I like the fact that she's a little more realistic in her frame and a good bodied heifer. No doubt will make a nice replacement for this young man on down the road. Good job to these kiddos.
Class 6 results. 7th place, Stigler 4-H, Miles McKee. 6th place, Forum FFA, Anna Thornton. 5th place, Muskogee, going to be Lane Lewis. 4th place, Morris FFA, Peyton Thompson. 3rd place, Wagner 4-H, Josie Burt. 2nd place, Coweta FFA, Logan McKinney. And 1st place, Coweta 4-H is Cragen Bristol. This will be Class 7. You have a class of 3 head.
three heifers in this class. I think the young man's heifer here that I've pulled out to win it certainly has the advantage in terms of just a maternal build and a maternal look compared to the rest of these. Well, what the heck does that mean, you're asking? Here's what I mean. I think this heifer's an easy-keeping, good-bodied, long-sided heifer. She's got true growth, true performance in terms of her frame, in terms of her length. As importantly as anything, I think as you look underneath these heifers and you look at a little bit of udder quality and try and think about what their bags will look like one day, much, much more potential and promise in this heifer than in that heifer that places second to us today. Is she ideal in terms of her structure? She's not, but in this class, I think she ends up being the best. We'd clean her up around those pones a little bit. I'd refine her in that head if we could make her better. But in this class, I think she's got the most potential in terms of a mama cow as anything that we see. Close placing in the heifers in second and third. Heifer in second's a big framed heifer. Lots of growth, lots of size, lots of performance, and a heifer that you can be drawn to when she's on the stand. She can give you a good look of quality. She can give you some balance and some eye appeal. She's the stoutest bone, heaviest structured heifer of the entire class. But my problem is that when you put her in motion, things start to come apart a little bit. This heifer gets high in her top and broke in her loin, really struggles off those back legs. And again, as we alluded to with talking about that first heifer, I'd really like to watch the udder quality on this heifer as she matures into a mama cow. I think that's an advantage for the roan heifer that's going to come in third. And if you want to move her up a notch for that, I think you could justify it. She does look like she'd project with a little more udder quality maybe than that one in front of her. Another deep sided, good-bodied, easy-keeping kind of heifer. Look at the depth in her forerib. Well, you want to talk about one, when you talk about a powerful rib cage, that heifer's got a powerful, powerful rib cage. Lots of top, lots of shape, lots of hip. For me, she comes to us in quite a little more compact package, shorter frontage, shorter hip, a little more refined in that bone and really tight in the way she walks. But I love all the body, all the mass in that good heifer in third. Congratulations to you all.
Class 7 results. Third place, Warner FFA, Fletcher Reese. Second place, Stigler 4H, Brenlin Highfield. First place, Stigler 4H, Caleb Highfield. Going to move now to Class 8. Commercial heifers will be a class of 4 head.
Well, I bet there might be a little difference of opinions if we polled the audience in this class. This is a challenging class, but I'm comfortable with my placing at least at the end of the day, but recognize there's 3 outstanding heifers in the first 3. There's 4 outstanding heifers. Let's be honest. There's not a last place heifer in this class. I want everybody to hear me say that. And I think you could probably make a justification for starting with any one of the 4, quite honestly. But here's the way that I see them today. I think when you talk about the most important traits that we're trying to select for, cattle with some muscle, some growth, some balance, some body to them that'll make a good cow. This is the heifer. The more I look at her, the more comfortable I get with her winning the class pretty easily. Kind of got to get past her color, to be honest with you, in a class of some real highly presented black ones. You know, she's such she looks so unique out here in terms of her color and everything. Honestly, I've got to adjust my eyes at least a little to that. And once I do, I find a tremendously good cow prospect. And I think compared to the heifers in second and third, I think she's got as much muscle and shape as anything in the class. I love her body style and the amount of body that she has, but body type that's good in her forerib, good in their center rib, real honest back in that rear rib and flank. I love her skeleton in terms of being high at the point of her shoulder, strong and level across the middle of her back, super long from hooks to pins with a level tail head set. Her hind leg hooks in her nicely. She moves nicely. And that's a big advantage that she has over that heifer in second. Congratulations on winning your class. Heifer in second is made much, much like our class winner. You bet. Give her a round of applause. The heifer in second is made much, much like our class winner in terms of her size and her power. She's a strong made heifer that's got a big top and a big hip and a lot of bone to her. On the stand, she, more than the heifer in third, has the same profile and look of our class winner in that she has that height at her shoulder, that length, that levelness, that squareness. What she doesn't have is as much soundness of structure and looseness of structure as the heifers in first or in third. But I think she's a long way from not being sound enough, considering the extra stoutness, the extra power, and I still think that one has loads and loads of cow potential and lots of balance in the show ring too. So although I would like to make her a notch longer striding, I think she's good enough still to stay above the heifer in third. The heifer in third, I guarantee you there's some people that would like to grab her and start the class with her, and I don't blame you. She's a beautiful headed, real soft made kind of heifer that has a lot of bone to her and a cute, typey pattern. This heifer's the best from the side as any angle that you see her. She's beautifully presented. She's got a soft, deep rib cage. She's got a nice leg. She's got good bone. She's got good structure, good length, and good pattern to her. I think she certainly does move better than the heifer in front of her ever so slightly. More curvature to her knee, better set and flex at her hock, all translates to a little longer stride. What she's not as powerful as those heifers in first and in second. And the more I look at her, the more I think that becomes a concern for me. Right in behind that shoulder, study her in the lower part of her quarter, watch her as she walks away from you. As much as I like her, in this class, she needs to be powered up for me to move her up any higher. That's a big advantage for the heifer in fourth place. Good job, young lady. You got a nice heifer. The heifer in fourth place is the big framed heifer in the class. Lots of growth, lots of performance, super, super long-sided, real honest and lean and genuine in her body condition. I love this one up through her head, neck, and shoulder. Look how cool-headed she is. Look how high that neck sets up on her shoulder. She's always alert, cocky looking up through that front end, and boy, it just draws the eye right to her. You can't help but like her. But again, on the motion, on the move, here's a heifer that comes apart a little bit for me. She gets a little more piecey, doesn't connect as well from her shoulder to her body to her hip, kind of roaches up in that top and breaks in her loin a little bit. I just like to balance her up when you see her on the move, handle her top just a little bit better. But a super cool heifer in fourth, and again, one a lot of people could make a case for starting the class. But that's the way I see them today. Ever how you see them, I think you would agree it's competitive, and these kids deserve a huge round of applause. Nice job.
Class 8 results. In fourth place, Cherokee County 4-H, Hazen Miller. Third place, Coweta FFA, Lily Connor. Second place, Haskell 4-H, Cora McDonald. And first place, Porter 4-H, Kinley Cole. This will be Class 9 commercial heifers, a class of 3 head.
Boy, I feel like a broken record walking through this commercial heifer division here this morning because, boy, these are so competitive, especially in the top few slots of these classes. You can really make a strong case for several heifers winning it, and that's no exception here, but this is a powerful beast that I'm going to use to win it. Huge top, huge hips, huge bodied, a heifer that still balances up relatively well, a very, very nicely presented type of heifer. You look at the heifer behind her, and she's a bigger framed kind of a heifer. When you study her from the rear, she's wider, thicker, and square from her hooks to her pins. I like that about her. I'm pleasantly surprised when you watch her move that she moves as well as she does, considering the amount of thickness and just meat and substance that she has. You don't expect to see that maybe, but when she floats around the ring in good shape. She's a little bolder shouldered than the heifer in second. That's what I'd change about her. I'd smooth her in those shoulders just a little bit, but I think you have to be somewhat forgiving of that in a female that has so much cow from there back, and she certainly does. The heifer that comes to us in second, totally different kind and probably is more likable to people who want a more moderate one in the audience today. She certainly is that. She's a more medium framed heifer. She's really, really maternal in her makeup, and I like that about her. She's a smooth shouldered heifer. She transitions so well from her shoulder into a big, deep, high capacity rib cage. She's a heifer that's got tremendously good bone, just like our class winner. She just floats around the ring very effortlessly, very attractive and fun to watch when you see her on the move. Heifer that's a little, for me, a little plainer up about her head and her skull shape. A heifer that I prefer more of the frame size of the heifers in first and third, but I'm kind of nitpicking on one that's awfully maternal, awfully cowy, but for me just gets out measured a little bit in terms of size, in terms of thickness, in terms of hip, compared to our class-winning heifer. Young man here in third, you've got an awfully good one, but you just drew up in a heck of a tough class. I mean, she too's another one that's got the right size, the right length, a good honest rib cage in her, heifer that's got enough in terms of meat and muscle, one that just gives up a little bit in terms of balance. When you study her up through that front third, maybe wonder about that udder quality just a little bit, but still I think a real productive, functional type of female. Another great class. Congratulations to all these kids.
Class 9 results, third place, Morris FFA is going to be Jonathan Monks. Second place, Keys FFA, Cassie Kelly. First place, Fort Gibson 4-H, Lily Bollinger. All commercial class winners. All commercial class winners. We will be selecting 30 for preliminary sale order. You must have your lanyard when you come back in this evening.
Hey, 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 first call. Angus, class 1, 2, and 3. Angus, class 1, 2, and 3 to the makeup area. Staging area, class 1, 2, and 3 for Angus. It's a go time. Angus, class 1, 2, and 3. 4 be thinking about it.
Well, we've got a lot of work to do today, and so we're going to get right to work picking these champions and some extras here for your commercials. But before we do that, give these kids a big round of applause for a heck of a nice show. You know, with the commercial breed, you got more types and kinds and breeds represented out here, or crosses of breeds. And along with that, there's going to be a little more variation, I think, in the champion lineup than what you'll see throughout the rest of the day. And I acknowledge that, but I'm comfortable with what we have out here, and we had some depth in some classes. It's going to be fun to dip back into those. As I see this champion lineup, for me, I think there's a pretty easy winner. There's one that I really, really like in terms of her quality, in terms of her design, but along with that, she's got tremendous bone, tremendous foot, tremendous power when you get in behind her. I think she makes a great, great champion today. And then after that, I think it's a street fight. And I think it's going to take a deeper look. So I'm going to get right to work doing that. Congratulations for a great show, kids.
Need Isaiah Salee, Class 3, second place, Isaiah Salee. That was Kennedy Lockhart. All preliminary commercial heifers will go to the picture pen. That is, all the ones that are selected for preliminary sale order, you will go to the picture pen. Chloe Clark has been selected. Need Dakota Montague, second place, Class 5. Need Dakota Montague. She's coming in right here. Lily Bollinger is going to be third selection. Class 9, need Cassie Kelly. Class 9, second place.
Commercial heifer exhibitors, we are now picking sale order. If you were in top 3 in your class, 4 in your class, you should be in my lineup area. Anything above that, don't go away. We don't know how this is going to come out. Stick close.
Fourth in sale order is going to be Kinley Cole. Kinley Cole, fourth in the sale order. We need Cora McDonald. Cora McDonald, second place, Class 8.
Class 1, 2, 3, Angus 4. First official call, be on your way. Class 5, Angus, first call.
Cora McDonald's going to be 5th in the sale order. Need Lily Connor, 3rd place, Class 8. Cora is 5th in the sale selection order. She's coming right over here. Cassie Kelly, 6th in sale order. Cassie Kelly, 6th in sale order, Class 9. Need Jathan Monks. Jathan Monks, Class 9, 3rd place. Once again, this is preliminary sale order. This is preliminary sale order. Cassie Kelly was 6th in the preliminary sale order. Jathan Monks coming in. Lily Connor is 7th in the sale order. Need Hazen Miller, 4th place, Class 8. Lily is 7th. Hazen Miller is 8th in sale order. That's all of Class 8.
Last call, Class 1, 2, 3, 4, Angus, 5 and 6, be on your way. Mostly have smaller classes in these registered breeds, so when I call you, you need to be here.
Isaiah Salee is 9th in preliminary sale order. Need Claire Foreman, 3rd place, Class 3. Isaiah is 9th in preliminary sale order. Kai Fowler is 10th in preliminary sale order. Need Jade Crawl, 2nd place, Class 2. Dakota Montague is going to be number 11 in sale order. Dakota Montague is number 11 in sale order. Need Brody Lovett, 3rd place, Class 5. Brody Lovett's going to be 12th in preliminary sale order. Need Ella Malone, 4th place, Class 5. Once again, if you are selected in the preliminary sale order, you will go to the picture pen. You will go to the picture pen if you are selected in preliminary sale order. Brody Lovett was 12th selection. That brings in Ella Malone. Claire Foreman is going to be 13th selection. Claire Foreman is 13th selection, brings in Jesse Farmer, Class 3.
Commercial exhibitors, be staying close. We're taking like 30 for preliminary sale order. Can't be looking for you. Stick close.
Jesse Farmer, we need you. Jesse Farmer. 4th place, Class 3. Jesse Farmer, 4th place, Class 3 commercials. We need you in the show ring right now.
Who is it, Arlen?
Jesse Farmer.
Palmer. Scratch.
They're a scratch. Okay, let's go to Kaya Briley. Kaya Briley.
5th
place, Class 3. Kaya Briley.
I agree.
Jade Crawl is going to be 14th in preliminary sale order. Jade Crawl going to be Paisley Oxtoby. We need you next. Paisley Oxtoby, 3rd place, Class 2. Again, Jade Crawl, 14th in preliminary sale order. Jay Spivey is going to be number 15 in preliminary sale order. Need Abigail Belcher, 2nd place, Class 1. Jay Spivey, 15th in preliminary sale order. Kaylin Groves, Class 4, will be 16th in preliminary sale order. Need Mason Montague, second place, Class 4.
Push hard.
Mason Montague will be 17th in preliminary sale order. Mason is 17th. Bailey Haraway. Bailey Haraway, we need you. Third place, Class 4 commercials. We need you.
Commercial exhibitors, again, we're getting deep in some of these classes. Be close.
Again, Bailey Haraway, Bailey Haraway. Third place, Class 4, we need you. Bailey Haraway.
Class 4, who?
I believe we got her coming in right now. Craig and Bristol will be 18. Craig and Bristol will be 18th in sale order. Logan McKinney. Logan McKinney. Second place, Class 6. Logan, we need you in the sale ring. Here he is, on point. Bailey Haraway is going to be 19th in preliminary sale order. Bailey Haraway is 19th. She scratched. So are you Freedom? Thank you. Freedom Barnes is going to be 19. Freedom Barnes, 19th in sale order. So we need Avery Theodore. Avery Theodore. Avery's a scratch, so we need Briley Choate. Briley Choate from Class 4. Briley Choate, Class 4 commercials, need you in the show ring. You were 6th place, Class 4. We need you. Briley Choate.
Briley Choate.
Last call, Briley Choate.
On the way.
Briley Choate.
On the way, Arlen, on the way.
On their way. They going around turn 3 or turn 4? They're a scratch. Shote is a scratch. Jackson Edwards. Jackson Edwards. 7th place, Class 4 commercials. We need you. Jackson Edwards.
Jackson Edwards.
Jackson Edwards. Jackson Edwards, 7th place, Class 4. Last call. Jackson Edwards. 7th place, Class 4, Jackson Edwards. Allison Dillingham. 8th place, Class 4. Allison Dillingham, 8th place, Class 4.
Dillingham, Class 4.
Found one that would take? All right.
Class 4. Hear me or hear both? Okay. Commercial exhibitors, again, we're deep into some classes. Make sure your animal is close by. We're deep into some classes. Make sure your animal is close by.
Oxtoby is going to be number 20 in preliminary sale order. Paisley Oxtoby is 20. Gracie Stonebarger, we need you. Gracie Stonebarger, 4th place, Class 2. Paisley Oxtoby was the 20th selection. Jathan Monks is the 21st selection. Jathan Monks is the 21st selection, and that completes Class 9. You're good to go, Jake. Logan McKinney is going to be the 22nd selection. Logan McKinney is the 22nd selection. Need Josie Burke, third place, class 6. Logan McKinney is the 22nd selection in preliminary sale order. Abigail Belcher will be the 23rd selection. Abigail Belcher, 23rd selection. Lane Lewis, class 1, we need you. Lane Lewis, class 1 commercials. I believe he's right there making his way our direction. Again, Abigail was the 23rd selection. Gracie Stonebarger will be the 24th selection. Gracie is 24. Isabella Fleury, we need you. Isabella's on her way. She is within eye shot without binoculars.
Set it up. Hey, you're good. Ella Malone's going to be 25th selection in preliminary sale order. Ella Malone is 25th. Ransom Richardson, we need you. Ransom Richardson. Ransom Richardson, 5th place, class 5 commercials. We need you in the show ring. Ransom Richardson, 5th place, class 5. We need you. Here he comes. Folks, don't forget to get your 50-50 tickets purchased. Also buy a chance to win one of those OU or OSU themed fire pits. See someone with the Haskell 4-H or FFA to buy those raffle tickets. Those will be given away tomorrow night at the premium auction. I think you're good to go, Jake. Isabella Fleury is 26th in the sale order. Isabella Fleury 26th. We need Fletcher Reese. 6th place, Class 2, Fletcher Reese. Okay, so folks, I'm being told that 26 is as deep as we're going. 26 is as deep as we're going in the commercials. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Take a 5-minute break, and we will continue the show with Class 1 Angus in 5 minutes. Most of you all in the show ring are dismissed. Class 1 Angus in five-ish minutes.
Commercial exhibitors, you are dismissed. Thank you for a great show.
Welcome to Bravado Wireless, from right here in eastern Oklahoma, where we provide quality wireless service and nationwide coverage for just $40 a month per line. Where we go above and beyond for you. This is your local service provider. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Plans backed by the golden rule, treating customers like neighbors. No fine print and no bait and switch. Now that's a bold move. Bravado Wireless. Quality mobile phone service in Oklahoma is a necessity, not a preference. Bravado Wireless provides nationwide cell phone coverage for a fraction of the price of national carriers. That's why we've been able to service Oklahomans for almost 100 years and counting. Visit bravadowireless.com to find your local store and make the switch today. There's really only one explanation for businesses who continue to thrive for decades on end, and that's a people-first mentality. Bravado employees live within our existing coverage area just like you. Our kids go to the same schools and play in the same leagues as yours. That's why so much of who we are consists of giving back to our communities, because your community is also our community. We are your family, your neighbors, and your leader in wireless mobility. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection. haven't heard, we're moving to 5G and shutting down our 3G network. But don't worry, this is a good thing. What you can expect out of this conversion: less dropped calls, crystal clear calls, faster data, and voice and data simultaneously. Unfortunately, some older phones will need to be upgraded to a newer device capable of an eSIM. Contact your local Bravado Wireless store to find out if your device needs to be upgraded or not. And make sure you're following Bravado Wireless on social to stay in the know of our conversion dates. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Other wireless companies need 4-page brochures to explain plans that are too complicated and cost way too much. We are not like the others. We are Bravado Wireless. We offer one line of unlimited talk, text, and 4G LTE data for only $40 per month, with no minimum number of lines and no hidden fees. This is your year to be bold, connect fast at the best price. We live where you live, and we are proud to be a part of your community here in Eastern Oklahoma. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Exhibitors, once you're here, don't leave until you're dismissed. All Angus exhibitors to the staging area.
Well, the Angus breed starts off with a nice set of these summer-born heifers. I think a May and a June. They told me I'm going to use the bigger framed heifer of the pair, and I do like the fact that she's a bigger, more upstanding, longer-sided kind of heifer. And in particular, she's so much taller fronted. She's got so much more length and extension from the point of her shoulder back through the middle of her back there, certainly out through her hip and hindquarter. Also, she's the heavier structured, bigger boned, I think stouter made, more powerful heifer in terms of top shape, in terms of width and squareness from hooks to pins, just in terms of the power that she has in her hip. I like that extra size, length, muscle, and bone that she brings to the table. If we're going to make her better today, I'd loosen her just a little bit in the way that she wants to get out and travel. A little straight off of both ends for me, and she could be better there. But the problem is in this class, neither of these heifers move 100% perfect. This is a more moderate frame, real deep-bodied kind of heifer in second. No doubt some of you prefer this type and kind of heifer more, and I understand that. She's extremely attractive up through her head, neck, and shoulder. Beautiful, classic Angus head on that female, a real tidy neck, and comes into a good shoulder, a good chest, tons of rib and body. I love that about her. But on the other side of the coin, when you get in behind her and study her, this heifer isn't nearly as powerful down her top or in her hip. This heifer's a little more refined in her bone work, and this is a heifer that I think moves with extra set to her hock, which takes away from her balance, especially on the move. Two good heifers, though, in this class, and a great way to start our Angus show. How about we give them a nice round of applause?
Class 1 Angus results: Henrietta 4H. Second place, Andrea Smith. First place, Midway 4H, is Joseph Davis. Class 2 Angus is 1 year.
single entry April heifer here, but one that's going to be a very deserving class winner. I think she's high quality, I think she's complete, and I think she's fault-free. This is a heifer that impresses me from a production and just a real-world meat and potatoes standpoint as much as anything. She's got a great rib cage in her from the side. You get behind her and find a good meaty top and a thick hip. A heifer that travels around the ring very, very adequately. In between those back legs there, you see great udder development and good udder quality coming on. I think a real solid heifer that, in my opinion, her best days are yet to come. I see her developing into a really, really nice bred heifer. Young lady may find that she experiences more success later in this heifer's life than she has earlier in this heifer's life. Just a guess, but I think her best days are yet to come. Good job.
From the Shakota FFA, Shayla Dismukes. We're going to move on to Class 3. Angus will be a class of 6 head.
Well, there's always a few classes when you're a judge that stick with you for the rest of the day, and I call those the wow classes. This would be one of the wow classes I predict of the day right here, not only for the quality that we have at the top end of the class, but for the depth of quality we have in the entire class. And I want these young exhibitors down here on this end of the ring, they're in the last place heifer in this class, guys. Good ones from top to bottom, so congratulations on a great class. Pretty neat that we have one to win that's so good in such a good class like this, though. This one would be in the category of exceptional for me. In about every way that we want to talk about her, she's extremely elite in terms of her balance, her power, her soundness, her design, all very, very good. There's as much heifer as there needs to be there right now for her age, in my opinion. But as long as she continues to maintain some youthfulness and freshness about her, I think that one just has an extraordinary future for her going forward. The heifer that comes to us in second, undoubtedly, we would, as a judge, you would just be so excited to see her walk into so many classes and think, man, there's going to be a great one there to win it. This heifer's exceptional as well. A lot like our class winner in terms of her build and her design, in that she's attractive fronted, she's got a lot of rib to her, she sounds structured, she balances up well, but there's just not as much of her as there is that class winner. And so simply put, there's nothing I don't like about the heifer other than she just gets out measured by one that has more horsepower today. And so congratulations to these exhibitors in first and second. What a great pair of females. We come down now, and I think the real judging contest begins on these heifers that are placed third through sixth here. The heifer that's going to be third's the youngest heifer in the class, but I think she's really, really fault-free. And I love her in terms of her design and her pattern from the side, but where she excels the rest of the heifers in class is when you get behind her. Although she's younger, although she's smaller, she's more powerful. You see more muscle down her top, more width and squareness in her hip, more width as she walks away from you at her hock, and I like that about her. This is one of my favorite heifers in the class from the profile. Boy, she's up-fronted, beautiful in her design and pattern, so level and correct in her lines. I just think balance is the word that fits that heifer. Young lady does a good job, like right there. When she gets her set up and presented like that, man, she just draws me right to her. When I get behind her, though, I find a need for a little more power. We need to make her a little wider. We need to see her handle those back legs a little better to go up any higher today. Much the same could be said for this heifer. I love her bone. I love her foot. But in this class of highly competitive heifers, she's one that wants to walk around the ring with her head down a little bit more. She's not as stout when you get in behind her, a little flatter in her rib cage, but awesome in her design, tremendous in her bone. Young man that's going to complete the class here, he's got a very beautifully presented heifer and is just gorgeous up through her front end. Really high in her neck attachment, really smooth in her shoulder, blends tremendously from shoulder into her rib cage. This is a heifer that doesn't move as well today, and she too, like our heifer in third, is one that I'd like to see with more power and width and thickness when we watch her go away from us. Great class of Angus heifers. I think they deserve a nice round of applause.
Class 3 results: 6th place, Muldrow 4H, Drayden Woodruff. 5th place, Muldrow 4H, Colton Woodruff. 4th place, Muldrow 4H, Kirsten Woodruff. 3rd place, Midway 4H, Gracie Stonebarger. 2nd place, Stigler FFA, Grace Fenton. 1st place, Sequoia County 4H, Harley Clark. Class 4 Angus, class of 3 head.
Again, Angus exhibitors do not leave until dismissed. Angus exhibitors do not leave until dismissed.
As we kind of get situated here, the heifer that's going to win the class is a little blonde-headed girl here, and I like this heifer a lot, and I think she wins it just from kind of a cow standpoint, and here's what I mean by that. I think she's the most powerfully built one that we have in the class in terms of her muscle, in terms of her bone, and in terms of her body. She's a big-footed heifer. It's got a lot of capacity and volume and rib to her. She's extremely long-hipped, and I want you, if you're watching the show, to look at that heifer from hooks to pins. That would be one of the longest-rumped, longest-hipped heifers that we've seen today, and I think that gives her such a maternal look. She's broody and powerful up about her head, a lot of top, a lot of hip. Does she carry extra brisket in her? Yep, she sure does, and that's what I'd change about her if I could, but I'm not going to give up all that power and all that good in exchange for a little brisket. But certainly the heifer in second is cleaner chested. She's an attractive heifer up in that front end, and she's striking. She really got my attention quickly from a profile standpoint when she came in the ring, and part of that is just because of how gorgeous she is up in the front third of her body. Easily for me the nicest balanced one from a profile standpoint. I love that head. She couldn't be any better in her neck and in her shoulder. She's got an attractive design. She moves well. But I guess when I get in behind that heifer, I'd like to change the way her pins set in her, especially compared to that more cowy one in front. Maybe give her a little more shape and power behind her shoulder. Pull her out in those spins a little bit, and then I think she goes from really good to devastatingly good. She's awfully, awfully good. A nice one there in second. Young man's heifer here in third. Lots of body, lots of forerib, lots of depth right there up in the front part of that rib cage. I like that she looks to be like an easy fleshing, easy keeping type of heifer with some doability. Today she's not as good in her balance. She's not as good in her structure, so she ends up third, but some real positive pieces in that heifer.
Your class winners out of Class 4 Angus. In third place from the Salisal 4-H, James McCoy. And second place from the Midway 4-H, Joseph Davis. And your Class 4 Angus winner from the Wagner FFA, Miss Addison Kennedy. We are now ready for Class 5 Angus. Class 5 Angus in the show ring now.
These two young ladies are going to be placed the way they came in the ring. With the young lady here in first to my right, I think she just got the more powerful heifer of that pair quite easily. She's wide from end to end. She's got power through her chest, through her body, and through her hip. She certainly stands down on more bone, and I think with a better set. I think she's got more foot. She's got better foot quality than that heifer in second. We've chosen heifers today that are a little longer necked, a little thinner necked than what she is. But like a heifer we talked about back in the commercial show, she wears it well, and she still balances up because there's so much product and thickness and cowiness and stoutness from that neck back that I still think she balances up well enough for me. The heifer that comes to us in second is really, really long-bodied, and I think she's feminine in a lot of ways, and one of the ways I see that is right in that udder. Look at the teat placement and look at the future udder quality that heifer has. I just see her having a beautiful bag one day when she comes into production with her first calf. That's going to make her an exciting cow. But for today in the show ring, she's a little longer toed than I prefer. She's a little finer in that bone work. She's not as powerfully made as that heifer that wins the class. But again, a lot of replacement potential going down the road for this young lady's heifer. Good luck with her.
your winners out of Class 5 Angus. In second place from the Eufaula FFA, Lauren Gray. And your Class 5 Angus winner from the Coweta FFA, Miss Ashton Connor. Class 6 Angus is in the show ring now, single entry.
Well, we spend our time in the calf classes kind of wondering what they look like as a cow, and we don't have to use much imagination here because we better kind of hurry up and get her back to the stall before she calves maybe. Great, great female here. Big-bodied, easy-keeping, maternal, feminine, all those words fit her real well. Coming with a real nice udder. Looks like she's going to be plenty wet enough to raise a good calf. You really like to me, the type and kind that this female is. She looks easy-doing. She looks productive. She looks maternal. We've seen heifers maybe a little bigger boned and a little stouter in their structure today. But, boy, that's going to make a nice cow for this young lady. Good luck to her in the future.
Your Class 6 Angus winner from the Henrietta 4-H. So that'll be Miss Andrea Smith. Class 7 coming into the show ring now. That'll be a single entry.
Hey, another nice single entry heifer out here and a deserving class winner. This heifer's quite different from our last single entry in that she's really powerful. Great, great big top and hip in that heifer. Lots of bone underneath that heifer. A good foot underneath that heifer. A little full today maybe in terms of her feel, the way she's carrying her rib. But love the length, love the thickness, love the bone. Not probably wanting to show herself off as full as she is right here, but I don't know that necessarily goes with her. So congratulations on a class winner.
From the Henrietta 4-H, Andrea Smith. Class 7 is did we get off a little bit? Is this class, excuse me, that must have been Abby McFall. Is that right? Was that Abby? Okay. Porham 4-H, that was Abby McFall. This is Class 8, 2 head in the class.
If you're a Charolais, be thinking about it. If you're a Charolais, be thinking about it. We're getting to the end of the Angus. If you're a Charolais. Again, if you're an Angus showman, don't leave until dismissed.
This might be the funnest show I've ever judged. That is so cool. Evidently a little competition going on in here, and rightfully so. Boy, what a good pair of heifers. And you know what? I don't say this very often. I don't know if there's a right and a wrong placing here. Very, very honestly, either one of these heifers you could deserve to win the class with. And if I was a betting man, I'd say they've probably went back and forth a little bit through the year. But this is just how I see them today, guys. It comes down to just a type and kind thing for me. This one's more my type and kind, from the way that she's made up through her head and the quality that she has about her skull and just the breed character she has up there, to the bone that this heifer has, to the shape that one has down her top and out her hip. She is more my kind, and I guess what I mean by that is I see a little more power in this female, a little more top, a little more stoutness, especially up high from hooks to pins back in that hip. I think there's more freshness here today when you look at that hair coat and you look at the condition and just the way she carries herself. I just read her as being a nickel fresher, and I think that adds to her quality. Time to time, I wanted to make sure, and I walked a little extra, that she was okay on the move, and she satisfies me, and certainly on the stand. Boy, the way she hooks together from hock to pastern right down to her foot, very attractive, very well balanced. And so from a power standpoint, just a head quality and breed character standpoint, in a close placing, she's my favorite. A lot of you would have started with this one, I'm guessing, and I get it, because from the side, she's the deeper sided one. You know what I mean? She's got that gigantic rib cage in her, that huge belly that starts up in that forerib and just goes all the way back through that rear rib and flank. She's so square and correct from hooks to pins and sets so nicely and level in her tail head. And if you made me say which one moves better between the two, I think she does. I think she honestly has a little more flexibility, a little more reach off her front end than that heifer in first. Don't hear me say that she doesn't move good enough, though. But on the other side of the coin, as I study her more and more, I don't like that head nearly as well that she has. She's more refined in her bone work, from hooks to pins at the top part of her hip. She's not as pulled apart and not as powerful. So those small differences keep her in second today, but a great, great pair of heifers, and good to see some enthusiasm from the crowd. Congratulations.
Jake, just to get you in tune with the rest of the story, that is younger brother finishing ahead of older sister. But it's all good. Cash Kreiner, first place Porter FFA. Addie Kreiner, second place Porter FFA. Now we're going to show for breed champion Angus.
First call, all Charolais. First call, all Charolais. All Angus should be close by. All Charolais should be in the staging area. Last call, all Charolais. Last call, all Charolais.
Well, once again, congratulations from me to these Angus exhibitors on a good show. Really, really deep with quality. I just told Kim here, who's keeping this sell order straight, I think we can go deep in this division because of the quality that's represented here. I made the comment in the commercial show that I thought we had an easy winner, and I think we have an easy winner again here, and probably I think an awfully good one for reserve too. And then, boy, I think the judging contest starts. So without further ado, we'll find your champions and get a few more. As we do that, give them one last really well-deserved round of applause.
Breed champion Angus, exhibited by Carly Clark. Grace Fenton, we need you. Second place, class 3.
If you show Charolais, you need to be in the staging area. If you show Charolais, be in the staging area.
Grace Fenton is number 2 in the Angus sale order or reserve breed champion. Need Gracie Stonebarger, third place, class 3. Cash Kreiner is third. Addie Kreiner is on her way. Addie Kreiner is fourth. Addie Kreiner is the fourth selection. That completes Class 8, so you have what you have now. Addison Kennedy is the fifth selection. Addison Kennedy, fifth selection. Joseph Davis. Joseph Davis, second place, Class 4.
All Charolais should be in the staging area. First class, second class, key, be thinking about it. Last call, all Charolais.
Joseph Davis is the sixth selection. So Joseph Davis, go ahead and pull out a 1. We need Andrea Smith in Class 1, and we need James Choate in Class 4. Once again, if you are selected in preliminary sale order, you will go to the picture pin. Andrea Smith, Class 1. James Choate, Class 4. Andrea Smith is the 7th selection. Andrea Smith is the 7th selection, and you're good to go, Jake. That uses up that class. Shayla Dismukes is the 8th selection. Shayla Dismukes is the 8th selection. That was a single entry class. I think you're good to go. Gracie Stonebarger is the 9th selection. Need Kirsten Woodruff. Kirsten Woodruff, 4th place, class 3. Again, be sure and get your 50-50 tickets purchased. Be sure and purchase a chance to win one of those OU or OSU themed fire pits. And for all of your 4-H or FFA logoed apparel, Paige Erickson Bargy Embroidery is set up over here in the corner. That's Ashton Connor is the 10th selection. Need Lauren Gray, 2nd place, class 5. Ashton Connor is the 10th selection. Kirsten Woodruff is the 11th selection. Need Colton Woodruff. 5th place, class 3. Colton Woodruff will be the 12th selection. Need Drayton Woodruff. Told that is all, that is it. 12 is as deep as we're going. Colton Woodruff was 12th. Rest of the Angus exhibitors, you are dismissed. Thank you for a great Angus show.
All Angus are dismissed. We'll clear the barn and have a Charolais show.
Charolais exhibitors, we're ready for you. Class 1. Class 1 Charolais will be a class of 1 head.
Welcome to Bravado Wireless, from right here in eastern Oklahoma, where we provide quality wireless service and nationwide coverage for just $40 a month per line. Where we go above and beyond for you. This is your local service provider. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Fantastic way to start our Charolais show with a really high-quality May heifer. I think she's very fault-free, very complete, very broody and powerful. Lots of things we could say about her, but it would all be very positive in my opinion. Like her bone, like her look, like her balance, like her hip and body. Really, really nice heifer. Congratulations.
The Shakota FFA, that's Shayla Dismukes. Let's go to Class 2 Charolais. Class 2 was a Class 2 head.
All keys to the staging area. All keys to the staging area. They should be coming at you. I see a lot of blacks working their way. We won't bring any keys in until we've got rid of these white ones. Looks like you got a little piece of it. Yeah. Good job, sisters. All keys to the staging area. Last call. All keys to the staging area.
Going to use this little bit smaller framed heifer to win the class because she's so good in terms of her balance and her design, and I just think her overall quality. A heifer that I think is extremely, extremely good in terms of her build and her profile. I love her pattern. I love her design. I love her symmetry and her balance. She's cool up through the front third of her body, plenty in the middle of her body, really, really square from hooks to pins. Stands down on a nice leg with a lot of bone. Beautifully presented heifer that's well shown. At times you wonder if she could stretch just a little farther off that front end when she steps, and that's what I like about the heifer in second. Not only is she a longer-sided heifer than our class-winning heifer, but she probably steps out just a little longer and maybe with a little more reach and extension up on that front end. And although I think she's very, very good, I think in and a close pair of heifers here. She just gives up some today, and that total smoothness, that total balance, that total attractiveness when you study kind of how that shoulder blends to her forerib, how she carries her tail head, but getting picky on an awfully good heifer in second as well. Congratulations to them both.
Class 2 Charolais results. Second place, Carly Dismukes from the Shakota 4-H. First place, Finley Moskeller from the Fort Gibson 4-H. Class 3 is one head.
All keys to the staging area.
Well, a single entry, that's probably the most different of the Charolais that we've seen. Really interesting heifer, really attractive in her head, really good in her neck attachment, super down her top, level in her hip. I like her rib. Heifer that's a little out of balance when you look at her brisket. Her brisket just really wants to stick out there in front of her. I think if you could pull that down just a little bit or pull it back into her chest a little bit, you'd like her even more than you already do, but brings a lot of good to the table. Real deserving class winner. Congratulations.
Class 3, that was Katie Dismukes from the Shakota 4-H. This is Abby McFall. Class 4, one entry.
Another single entry heifer here, but tremendously powerfully made. Great big rib cage in her, a lot of width from end to end, a lot of hip, a lot of muscle in that heifer. Really stout, obviously starting to show you a little udder development there. I think one that's very broody in her kind, one that's very cowy in her build, and a really, really promising cow prospect for this young lady. Another great deserving class winner here in our single entry.
Again from the Porham 4-H, that's Abby McFall. And all the Charolais class winners.
Reminder, if you can't hear in the barns, put somebody up here in the staging area. Use your phones. Again, all keys should be in the staging area. All key to the staging area. Class 1 and 2 HEIFERS, be thinking about it. All keys to the staging area.
Well, I don't know that we could have 4 different types and kinds if we set out and tried to do that. So recognizing that, I think you also recognize each of these heifers have some real unique strengths to them. I think the heifer up here out of the young class is really good. I think she's got a lot of just classic breed character from a Charolais standpoint. I think she's very practical. I think she's very well designed. I think she's got plenty of power and stoutness to her, yet I think she balances up nicely. A heifer that there's a lot of positives and a lot to like. Might see her travel just a little easier off those rear legs as she goes away from you, but I like the design, and I think she still travels well enough. The heifer that comes into the next class that's standing in the second position is really the attractive, nice, balanced one in the lineup, I think. Maybe a little non-traditional for as much as I called the other heifer traditional. Really good outline, as square and level rumped as anything in the class with tons of bone. I like her body and I like her freshness, and I really like her from behind, the way she stands with some squareness and stands down on those back legs good. Second class, maybe she could step out just with a little longer stride up on that front end, but just like the heifer in front of her, I think she too is very acceptable in her movement. The next two are kind of, to me, the odd type heifers that we've had to choose from. Beautiful profiling heifer in the third position, really soft-haired and fresh. I like her neck set, neck attachment. I like her top. I like her design. Just wish we could tone down that brisket a little bit. Then a great big old horsey, powerful kind of heifer came out of that last single entry. Going to make a nice cow as she goes down the road, but probably gives up a little of that overall look in this lineup. So I think this is a challenging group to find a champion from. I'll take a second look and make my final decision. As I do that, please give our Charolais kids a nice round of applause.
Shayla Dismukes will be your breed champion, Charolais, and number one in the preliminary sale order. That was a single entry class. Single entry class, so you have what you have. We're going to go to Finley Mosteller. He'll be reserve breed or second in preliminary sale order. Need Carly Dismukes, and she's on hand.
Kylie and Eddie out of Class 2 Keys, I need you in the makeup area, staging area, quick as you can.
Carly Dismukes is third in preliminary sale order. That was also a single entry class. Carly Dismukes will be the fourth selection, and Abby McFall will be the fifth selection.
Okay, we're moving into our Chianinas, Class 1. I believe is 4 ahead. You've got your class.
Dakota, Braden in the key breed, last call. Dakota and Braden.
Heifer that wins this early class of keys is pretty dominant in terms of her phenotype and her quality. Another one of those females, you know, we could say a lot about her, but it would all be real positive. Very beautifully designed heifer, very stout boned, a heifer that's real adequate in terms of her power from behind. Extremely sound structured. I like her best when you watch her move around the ring. The young man's heifer that comes to us next, of the 3 heifers that are left, I like the way she carries herself at the ground. I think she does the best job of taking a good sound step out on the move. I think she's the next best in terms of her balance, her squareness, her correctness. Although she does get a little softer in her loin, I still like that tremendous body volume and the advantages that she has in terms of her depth of rib. I really think kind of structure and pattern and squareness separates the heifers in third and in fourth. The heifer that's in third is extremely typey in her design, a neat fronted type of heifer, real up-headed type of heifer. I think she's probably a little better in terms of the way she handles her hind legs than the than the heifer that comes behind her. Like to bring her just a little softer into that rib cage, drop her down in that rear rib and flank. That's perhaps an advantage we can grant to the heifer here in fourth place today. I do think she's a little deeper right in the middle of her belly, but a heifer that on the other side of the coin is also a little rounder in her rump structure and wants to get her back legs underneath her on the move. Congratulations to our key exhibitors.
Class 1 results: 4th place from the Woodall 4-H, Avery Hammonds. 3rd place, Muldrow FFA, Eli Matthews. 2nd place, Fort Gibson 4-H, Hayes Mosfeller. And 1st place, Sequoia County 4-H, Carly Clark. This would be Class 2, Keys, 3 head.
All key exhibitors should stay in the show barn area. All key exhibitors should stay in the show barn area until dismissed.
Heifer that's going to win this class, I think, gets to the top pretty quickly for me. Love her design and her pattern. She's really an easy heifer to look at in terms of her presentation and the way that she's shown. There's as much bone as anything under this one as anything in the ring. I think a good rib cage. I think enough top, enough hip in her just balances up, and for me becomes a high-quality heifer that's super attractive, and I think very, very fault-free from there on. I think the closer contest comes between the heifers in second and third, and for me, that decision's made on the profile. I just like the way this heifer balances up better than the heifer in third. I think she gives you more of the same look that we see in our class winner. I think she's got more of the same bone that we find in our class winner. I like the front end in that heifer. I like the top line. I especially like that long, square, level hip that she has in her. She's one that I would change a little bit in the way she handles those hind legs on the move, and I think that's something we need to grant to the heifer in third. I think she probably does travel out with a little more ease and flex and length of stride compared to that heifer in second. But on the other side of the coin, she's also a heifer that I don't think has as much genuine body as the two heifers in front of her, especially back in that rear rib and flank, and that's where I'd make her a little better today. Good trio of heifers. How about we give our key exhibitors a nice round of applause?
Class 2 results: third place, Wagner FFA, Kylie Richardson. Second place, Porter FFA, Eddie Kreiner. In first place, Keys FFA, Eric Ward. This is Class 3, a single entry class. A single entry heifer that you can really appreciate from several different standpoints here as the young lady's got her set up. That's a big framed, long-sided heifer. I love the growth and performance, and she's also very muscular. Big top when you get in behind her. Nice thickness and muscularity back in that hip and hind quarter. You guys see the same thing I do. When you put her in motion, you'd like to change her. You'd just like to free her up in the way that she moves. But boy, that heifer's got a lot of parts and pieces I really like. Congratulations on having a class winner. The Coweta FFA, Mia Schaffler. They go to Class 4. It's also a single entry class. Almost the opposite of what we saw in that last single entry. Here's a heifer with a very moderate build, a very moderate stature to her frame, but a heifer that's extremely neat made. A heifer that's got a lot of bone. Once she's in here by herself, we're not going to hold that against her, but you can see her move fairly well, and she's got some flexibility of those joints. She's got some bone. She's got some stoutness, and I think if she'd ever let us look at her, she kind of has a neat look. So another real deserving class winner. Very, very moderate, but I think a heifer that puts herself together pretty well. Congratulations. From the Coweta FFA, Jacob Stutman, going to move to Class 5, class of 2 entries.
Class 1, 2, and 3 Herefs, first call. Class 1, 2, 3 Herefs, first call.
I think a pretty easy winner once again in this class of 2 from a quality and a design and a structure standpoint. More my kind in terms of her pattern and her look. Very feminine, very attractive. A lot of things that you could say about her, but it'd all be very positive. You like her freshness. You like her body. Going to calve extremely, extremely, extremely early. So congratulations on that. The heifer that comes to us next is really big topped, really, really big hipped. Great big bulging hip in that thing, and I appreciate the power. I'd like to add to that some of the femininity and freshness that we see in our class winner. Congratulations.
Class 5 results. Second place from the Kinta FFA, Dakota Montague. First place from the Keys FFA, Erica Ward. Class 6, a single entry class.
This one will sure be fun to see back with some competition. Boy, there's a heifer they've got put together really, really nicely today. Beautiful in her design and in her pattern. Great front end in that heifer. For this age, I love her freshness of condition, the body that she has. Again, that one will be fun to see back out here a little later. Congratulations.
From the Coweta FFA, Braden Hanson. Need all class winners in the Chianina breed back in the ring.
Class 1, 2, and 3 Hereford should be in the staging area. Last call, class 1, 2, 3 Herefords. Second call, class 4s. 1, 2, 3, and 4 should be in the staging area as quickly as possible. Again, Herefords, class 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Well, so fun to see such a powerful lineup like this, especially considering the modest numbers as far as entries went into the show today. So first and foremost, great job to these kids. Let's give them a big round of applause. Not going to make a lot of speeches. We'll get to work on your champions. I'll just make this comment. I think you could do several different things in here. Some really, really elite ones. Congratulations.
Carly Clark is going to exhibit the breed champion key. Number 1 in this preliminary sale order, need Eli Matthews. Excuse me, Hayes Mosteller. Braden Hanson, reserve breed and second in preliminary sale order. That was a single entry class. Erica Ward is third in preliminary sale order. We need Addie Kreiner. We need Dakota Montague, class 5. Dakota Montague, we need you, class 5. Addie Kreiner is going to be fourth in preliminary sale order. We need Kylie Richardson.
Last call, Caleb Highfield, class 1 Hereford. Last call.
Hayes Mosteller is going to be the fifth selection in preliminary sale order. Now we need Eli Matthews. Eli Matthews will be 6th in preliminary sale order. Now we need Avery Hammonds. Avery Hammonds will be the 7th selection in the preliminary sale order, and that uses up Class 1. Kylie Richardson will be the 8th selection in preliminary sale order, and that uses up that class as well.
All Herefords to the staging area. All Herefords to the staging area.
Dakota Montague will be 9th selection in preliminary sale order, and that uses up that class as well. Jacob Stutman is number 10. Mia Schaffler is number 11.
Chloe Clark. Chloe Clark. You gotta quit eating like this. You got Landon, Lily, and Kylie. Landon, Lily, and Kylie. All right, bring it. You what?
We're now ready for Class 1 Herefords. Class 1 Herefords. Class of 2 head.
Lily, coming at you. All right, come on. Tour guide, Lily Bollinger. She's in the ring. Does she have a partner in crime? You haven't met them yet, okay. That keeps me in line. She said they were coming. Yeah, bring it with you. Last call, all Hereford exhibitors.
All right. Lily. All the way. You're
Nice
today.
way to start our Hereford show, as we've done in so many breeds here today at the regional show. Another super deserving class winner, and I think one that does so pretty easily. A heifer that's got some power to her. You see some top, you see some shape, you see some bulge and turn and expression to that hip. Stands down on a leg with a little extra bone and power to it. Good rib cage in that heifer, but what I like about her for this stage of the game is her freshness. Really, really clean through that neck, through her chest, fresh in her body, fresh around her tail head. Plenty of room to run with that heifer. Very, very nice one to win the class. Young man that's got the second place heifer's got a tremendously good-bodied, level-topped heifer. So good in her forerib and maintains that exact same depth through the center and rear part of her body. Perfect down her top in terms of levelness, strength through her loin, length and squareness from her hip. I love that about her. Kind of from her shoulders forward, she probably doesn't have as much attractiveness, as much length, maybe as much freshness as we see in that class winner, but an awfully good heifer in terms of her rib and her skeletal design from there back. Congratulations to you both.
Class 1 results. Second place, Stigler 4H, Caleb Highfield. First place, Porham FFA, Isaiah Salee. Class 2 Herefords will be an entry of 4 head.
This one? All right. Come on, Kylie. This is back into class 4. Back into class 4. Come on up, Grayson.
Well, this class is no walk in the park for these kids to win. It's very, very competitive, and there's certainly not a last place animal in this class. This is a very powerful set of 4 Hereford heifers. The heifer I'm going to use to win it, I think, for me is the nicest balance and the soundest structured heifer, still very adequate in terms of the power she brings out here in her body and in her muscle. I like her best probably on the move when I see her from the side. I think that one's ultra correct in her pattern and in her build, having some height there at the point of her shoulder, having so much strength, levelness, and correctness down her spine, through her loin, and ultra perfect in the build of her hip, square, really, really good in her tail head, sets down really good in how her hind leg connects into her. I think that heifer's also very fresh in her condition. A heifer that's probably not as big-bodied as others, but I think considering her condition and her kind, she's got plenty. Doesn't do anything. I might just tone her down about her head just a little bit, just refine her in that skull to give her even more femininity up through that front end. But I think a real attractive, real nicely balanced, real sound structured heifer to win the class. The most powerful heifer in the class is the heifer that's in second. In terms of body and in terms of bone and in terms of muscle, she wins the contest very, very easily for me. That's a big topped, big ended heifer that's got a lot of foot underneath her. She's got a lot of bone underneath her. A heifer that I like a great deal in terms of her shape and just her true width and power from end to end. On the other side of the coin, she's also a little more restricted with that extra power. And she's one that to get to the top of the class for me today just needs to travel with more flexibility and comfort, especially off those rear legs. The next 2 heifers that come out, that's a super competitive pair of heifers as well. Congratulations. I think the heifer that's in third probably follows more the type and kind of our class winner in terms of that attractiveness from the side profile. Super sleek and smooth in her shoulder, transitions real good into her body, love her down her top line, but where I'd make her better today is hooks to pins. I think she gives up some in terms of that squareness and width from hooks to pins compared to those heifers in first and second. Big framed heifer comes to us in fourth, a real sound structured heifer, a heifer that I love her head. The shape of that head, the femininity, just the breed character that she has up there. I think there's a lot of good in that heifer. And I'm putting my money on this heifer having her best days in front of her. As I begin by saying, there's not a bad heifer or a last place heifer in this class. This heifer's got real good parts and pieces in terms of her height, her length, her squareness, her soundness. Today she comes across to me as the flatter made heifer in the class in terms of her rib and hip. But as time goes on, she gets bred and she develops more. I could see that coming into her and that being a heifer that places higher at future shows. So stick right with her. That's a good female. Congratulations to you all.
Class 2 results, Fort Gibson FFA, 4th place, Noah Perry. 3rd place from the Fort Gibson FFA, Holly Perry. 2nd place from the Coweta FFA, Lily Connor. And 1st place from the Fort Gibson 4-H is Lily Bollinger. Class 3 is a single entry.
Really a stout-made, powerfully built kind of heifer in this single entry class. Heifer that's got a lot of width from end to end and shape and spring to her rib cage. Big, thick hip and that heifer with good width at both ends of her skeleton and stands down on a lot of bone. And I think a heifer that still balances up well and holds herself together in terms of look and profile as well. Congratulations on a nice class winner.
And from the Sequoia County 4-H, that is Chloe Clark. And we're going to move to Class 4, a class of 3 entries.
Another one of these Hereford classes where you see dramatic differences in types and kinds of females that are out here. I think the one that has the most promise and potential to make the best cow is this one I've got pulled out in first. And especially when you talk about her from her shoulders back or her neck back, that one's got a good rib cage in her. She's got growth and she's got length. There's length and squareness to her hip. She's extremely sound structured. Now, from her shoulders forward, we find a heifer that has a little bit more brisket, maybe a little coarser about that head and shorter about that neck. And so that's a fancy way of saying we could make her a little more ladylike up through that front end, maybe set her neck up higher on that shoulder and clean the base of her neck up. That would change her balance completely. But from a cow standpoint in this class, I still love her production, her maternal, her functional look. And so for me, she's the class winner. Probably the heifer that's the odd type in class comes in second. A very flashy, stylish, big-framed heifer that's got as much length and extension as anything. She's very eye-catching. She's very up-fronted. In some ways, she's quite the opposite of our class winner in the way she's built in her front end. Longer necked, thinner necked, better in her neck attachment, really nice shoulder and chest. But on the other side of the coin, from there back, we give up quite a little bit. That's a flatter rib, shallower body type of heifer that doesn't have as much muscle, but I love her in terms of that bone work, that attractiveness, the symmetry and balance in her lines that she has. Nice second place heifer there. The third place heifer probably resembles more of our class winner in terms of her stature and her body volume. Much, much more capacity than the second place heifer, more shape and depth, both to her rib, but a heifer that, again, to make her better, we would just stretch her out, give her a little more stoutness and leanness, see her stand down on a little more bone out here today. Congratulations to these fine young Hereford exhibitors.
Class 4 results. Third place, Haskell County 4-H, Kylie Ross. Second place, Westville FFA, Landon Cart. And first place from the Fort Gibson 4-H is Lily Bollinger. Class 5 is a single entry.
Hereford exhibitors should stick close to the barn. We'll move through show order shortly. All Hereford exhibitors stick close to the barn. First call, Limousin. First call, Limousin. All classes, Limousin.
We got another really nice single entry heifer, and one that I find to be very fault-free and very complete in her kind. I like her size and her growth and her performance. I love all the length and stretch that you see in that heifer. Boy, that's a long-sided, long-rumped, long-hipped heifer. Doesn't take much imagination to know what that one's going to look like as a mama cow. Beautiful little udder placement underneath her there. Pretty good in her structure and her movement. I think that one will become a very productive, profitable cow for that young lady. Congratulations.
After the Hereford breed selection and preliminary sale order selection, after the Hereford breed, we will take 10 minutes. Take 10 minutes after we complete the Hereford breed. This is Class 6 and also a single entry. Going back to Class 5, that was from the Fort Gibson FFA, Gracie Gist.
Good top and hip in this single entry heifer here. Kind of my favorite views probably from right behind when you look at her. Boy, you see shape and muscle all the way from that shoulder back in that female. She's wide at both ends of her skeleton. Got some real meat and muscle in her, and I appreciate that about her. And still balances up, I think, or still maintains some cleanliness and some femininity about her, I should say, in terms of her look from the side. Congratulations, young lady.
From the Roland FFA, it's Natalie Broke. Class 7, also a single entry.
Another one of these good cow prospects that we find in a single entry class, really broody in her kind. I like the mass and the volume and the capacity this heifer has. I like the width that you see from end to end on her. I think that heifer travels around the ring in good shape, and I think she's got good stoutness in terms of top and hip. Another one that I just don't think you need much imagination to know what she's going to look like when she goes out in the pasture and lays down and has a calf and enters the mama cow stage of her life. I think that's going to be real fun for this young man. Congratulations.
From the Wagner FFA, Ryan Shipman. And Class 8, also a single entry.
First official call, Limousin. All classes to the setup area. All classes Limousin to the staging area.
This is a real easy heifer to like. Certainly made it fun to study her in terms of her presentation and the way they've got her out here clipped and fit. Very nice job. Beautiful profiling heifer with tons of rib and body in her. Big old long thick hip in that heifer and stands down on a nice back leg there as well. Maybe kind of more of a, she's not moderate, but maybe more of a medium frame size heifer in terms of her height and stature. But for her height, I really like the length and extension that she has from end to end. Maybe a little longer teated right now as we look at that udder development than what you'd like to see. But I love her kind, and I think she's maternal and broody and easy keeping. A lot of positive things there, and a lot the right kind, I think, to make a super cow. Congratulations.
And from the Fort Gibson FFA, that is Noah Perry. And we're going to need all the Hereford class winners back in the show ring. And once again, when we complete the Hereford preliminary sale order, we will take 10 minutes, okay? 10-minute break following the preliminary sale order of the Herefords.
Well, you know, we kind of got the ring filled up here in the Hereford breed, but we kind of had to do it one single entry class at a time. But I think it ended up being a nice representation of some real good Hereford cattle. And for that, let's give these kids a nice round of applause. Again, we're going to keep our day moving along here, but I'll say this. I think this has been my toughest choice for a champion, perhaps, that we've had all day. In some other breeds, there were some champions that were pretty easy for me to grab, and I think the Hereford breeders and exhibitors have made that tougher in their particular breed. So compliments to you all on a show with some depth of quality and some good ones in it for sure. Thank you.
Breed champion and first in preliminary sale order, Isaiah Salee. Caleb Highfield, second place, Class 1. Chloe Clark is second or reserve breed champion. That was a single entry class. Noah Perry is third, and that was also a single entry class. Lily Bollinger is fourth in sale order. Need Lily Connor. Need Landon Cart. Need Landon Cart. Okay, and Lily Connor is going to be the fifth selection. We need Holly Perry, Class 2. Holly Perry, Class 2 Herefords. We need you, Holly Perry, Class 2. Holly Perry was the sixth selection in preliminary sale order. That uses up Class 2. Ryan Shipman is the seventh selection. That was a single entry class. Gracie Gist is the 8th selection. That's a single entry class, so we're good. Natalie Bronk is the 9th selection. That's a single entry class. Caleb Highfield is 10th, and that finishes out that class. And Landon Cart, you will be 11. We're going to take 10 minutes, and we will be back showing cattle.
There's really only one explanation for businesses who continue to thrive for decades on end, and that's a people-first mentality. Bravado employees live within our existing coverage area just like you. Our kids go to the same schools and play in the same leagues as yours. That's why so much of who we are consists of giving back to our communities, because your community is also our community. We are your family, your neighbors, and your leader in wireless mobility. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
If you haven't heard, we're moving to 5G and shutting down our 3G network. But don't worry, this is a good thing. What you can expect out of this conversion: less dropped calls, crystal clear calls, faster data, and voice and data simultaneously. Unfortunately, some older phones will need to be upgraded to a newer device capable of an eSIM. Contact your local Bravado Wireless store to find out if your device needs to be upgraded or not. And make sure you're following Bravado Wireless on social to stay in the know of our conversion dates. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Other wireless companies need 4-page brochures to explain plans that are too complicated and cost way too much. We are not like the others. We are Bravado Wireless. We offer one line of unlimited talk, text, and 4G LTE data for only $40 per month, with no minimum number of lines and no hidden fees. This is your year to be bold, connect fast at the best price. We live where you live, and we are proud to be a part of your community here in Eastern Oklahoma. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Welcome to Bravado Wireless, from right here in Eastern Oklahoma, where we provide quality wireless service and nationwide coverage for just $40 a month per line. Where we go above and beyond for you. This is your local service provider. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Quality mobile phone service in Oklahoma is a necessity, not a preference. Bravado Wireless provides nationwide cell phone coverage for a fraction of the price of national carriers. That's why we've been able to service Oklahomans for almost 100 years and counting. Visit bravadowireless.com to find your local store and make the switch today. There's really only one explanation for businesses who continue to thrive for decades on end, and that's a people-first mentality. Bravado employees live within our existing coverage area just like you. Our kids go to the same schools and play in the same leagues as yours. That's why so much of who we are consists of giving back to our communities, because your community is also our community. We are your family, your neighbors, and your leader in wireless mobility. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
I think this is a real evenly matched set of heifers here that we're going to use to start off our Limousin show here this afternoon. But I really like this heifer quite well to win it in first. Boy, she is super, super attractive up through her front end and has some real advantages there. And just how good she is in her neck attachment. Very, very up-headed type of heifer. A heifer that comes into a nice top line, lots of rib, lots of capacity. And for me, I think one of the things that separates these heifers is she's really good from hooks to pins. The squareness that she has, the levelness and thickness that she has, I think is superior to the heifer in second. Also a really, really fresh heifer when you look at her in terms of not only just her hair coat, but her condition. Very, very nicely presented type of heifer. What she's not probably the keenest necked heifer that we've seen. She's pretty deep in her neck. She's a little short in her neck, which is odd with one that's that high in her neck set, but still yet I'd even stretch her neck out just a touch if we could. I actually prefer that about the heifer here in second. She's not as deep in her neck, if that makes sense, from the top of her neck to the bottom of her neck. Just a little keener and more supple there, and I like that about her. Love the length of body that this heifer has, and I think you see that everywhere you look. She's long-fronted, she's long-sided, she's long-hipped. Even the way that heifer travels, she travels with some length. She's got good bone to her. On the other side of the coin, for me, she's a heifer that's maybe a little rounder from hooks to pins, and you can follow that all the way down to the ground and see that she also wants to pull her back legs underneath her a little bit on the move. Good set of heifers there in first and second. Congratulations to them both. Good start to our show.
Class 1 Limousin results. Second place, Haskell 4-H, Claire Kreiner. First place, Porter 4-H, Kinley Cole. Class 2 Limousin, be a class of 2 entries.
Second call, all mains, please. Second call, all mains.
Going to place these heifers the way that they came into the ring. The young lady's heifer to my right will be first, and I find her to be extremely high quality from a power standpoint. Big, big middled heifer with true shape and spring and width to her rib cage. A big old top laid across that rib cage and a thick, meaty, powerful hip that's not only got a lot of muscle in it, but it's the right kind of muscle. It sits in her square. She's true and level in that tail head. She still handles herself so gracefully on the move with length and flexibility to her stride, and not to take away anything from her balance and her eye appeal. I think she measures up extremely well there, but for me, I like her most from a power standpoint. The heifer that comes in second is an extremely clean and fresh-made heifer. Clean in her brisket, clean underneath, no navel to her. Really, really genuine and honest in her condition with a lot of room to run as far as that goes. She is powerful in her bone work and as true and level in her hip structure as that class winner? No, she's not, but boy, there's a heifer that's still got the right parts and pieces to make a super good cow on down the road. Congratulations.
Class 2 results. Second place, McIntosh County 4-H, Sophie McGuire. First place, Oklahoma FFA, Bailey Smith. Class 3 will be a single entry.
This is a big framed heifer in this single entry February class, and she's by herself in here, so we're not going to make this take too long. But boy, she's muscular. Big top, big hip, lots of frame. For cattle that have growth and muscularity to them, she really checks the boxes for me. We've probably seen them with a little more show ring pizzazz, but boy, I really appreciate all the growth, the length, and the muscularity in this good class-winning heifer.
Muskogee to 4H, Titus Dillingham. Going to move to Class 4. It's also a single entry.
Last call, Maine Heifer Exhibitors. Last call, Maine Heifer Exhibitors.
Yeah, these heifers never like being in the ring by themselves, so we'll keep them marching through here. But boy, there's a high-quality single-entry heifer. Would remind me in some ways of that class-winning heifer 2 classes ago that we said was so powerful. That heifer's got a lot of rib and shape and body and capacity to her. Really, really deep-sided, a super sound, easy-moving, good traveling heifer that's great in her top line, square in her hip. Be a fun one to see out here in our champion drive later today.
And from the Midway FFA, Kennedy McCullough. It's going to take us to Class 5, and it's also a single entry.
Well, a single entry heifer here. It's just got a lot of horsepower in her. Super, super big top, lots of bone, width at both ends of her skeleton. Another one that's just got that big bulging quarter horse shape kind of hip to her. You see muscle, you see shape, you see expression, no matter which angle you're standing on that heifer. And I really, really like her from a power standpoint and from a width and shape standpoint and from a bone standpoint. You know, got to be careful that they get that stout. It doesn't work against them in terms of their balance and their structure, and she'd kind of fall into that category. But a real powerful heifer and a good class winner today. Congratulations.
And from the Westville FFA, going to be Jimmy Collins. Bring all the class-winning Limousin back in to select breed champion as well as sale order. Maine exhibitors, have it on your mind.
Last call, Carmen Scott.
Well, this is a very powerful breed lineup in your Limousin show. Let's start with a good round of applause for these kiddos. Nice job. Really nice job. To just cut right to the chase, there's about 3 of these heifers that are very similar in their type and kind. They're heifers that have good size, good mass, good depth, good length, good attractiveness. But what separates those 3 heifers and what's going to bring my champion to the top is power. I think my champion's got more width, more shape, more thickness throughout. I'm going to congratulate the young lady right here in the second position. She's your champion.
Haley Smith is going to have the breed champion, and number 1 in preliminary sale order needs Sophie McGuire.
All mains in the staging area. All mains in the staging area.
Kennedy McCullers second or reserve breed champion. That was a single entry class. Kinley Cole will be the third selection. Need Claire Kreiner. Claire Kreiner will be fourth in preliminary sale order. Sophie McGuire will be fifth in preliminary sale order. Jimmy Collins will be sixth in preliminary sale order. Titus Dillingham will be seventh in preliminary sale order. Class 1 Maine is a class of 2 entries.
Another strong way to start a brand new breed here as we move into the Maine Anjou division. Real nice class winner finds her way to the top in these young spring heifers. I think one that easily is a nice balanced one. It's got a lot of attractiveness from a profile and zero disappointments from a power standpoint as you study her body and her bone and her muscle structure throughout. Real easy class winner, and again, be fun to see later today. Bigger framed heifer perhaps is going to place second, one that's certainly long bodied. I love her cleanliness up through her front end. She's so tight in her neck and good in her chest. Super long spine. You study her back in her hip and you find her to be designed quite a little differently. She's shorter and rounder in her rump. And again, you can trace that all the way down to her legs that tend to get underneath her as she moves. That's where I'd make her better today, but an extremely good heifer in terms of her length and in terms of her freshness.
Class 1 main results. Second place, Morris 4H, Carmen Scott. First place, Coeta 4H, Cody Denton. Let's move to Class 2. 3 entries.
Really like the young man's heifer I've pulled out here in first. I think she's ultra feminine. That'd be one of the more stylish females I think we've seen today as you study her up through her head and her neck. Study her in just terms of cleanliness of her lines, the udder quality that she shows you already, the soundness of structure, her balance, her eye appeal, her symmetry from a profile standpoint. I just think there's a lot of fanciness and a lot of stylishness in that heifer, and no disappointments from a power standpoint. A lot of loin in that heifer, a lot of meat and muscle back in that hip, good width at both ends of her skeleton, travels out really well. I just think in a really a top pair of good heifers here, I think she just gets to the top from just kind of having an elite level of quality about her. There's just a difference there in terms of her balance and her kind. From a practical standpoint, I love a lot of things about this heifer in second. Boy, she is big framed. She's got power in terms of her structure and her bone work. She's long-sided. She's got good depth through her rib, and just like our class winner, plenty of muscle in that heifer too. But there is a difference as we begin to split hairs in quality. And you study her kind of at the base of her neck, the way that neck attaches into her shoulder and the way she carries herself in that hip. Just not that elite level of pizzazz and eye appeal and quality and levelness that we see in that class-winning heifer. But again, we're getting real nitpicky on an awfully good female that ends up in second today. Young man here in third, you came into the class with a deep water. But I tell you what, you've got a heifer that is so good in terms of her freshness and her leanness and her honesty and her condition. And I like that for this stage of the game. These young heifers don't need to be carrying any more condition than that. And I tell you what, let's give this heifer a little bit of time. because I think that's one of the prettiest headed heifers in this class. I think she's good in her neck and shoulder. There's plenty of rib there. There's plenty of bone here. This is a female I don't think you'll recognize a year from now as she develops more, as she gets more mass and just has more days on feed. I think her best days are in front of her. Congratulations.
Class 2 results. Third place from Muskogee 4-H, Lane Lewis. Second place, Eufaula 4-H, Giles Wisenhunt. And first place from Warner 4-H, Tanner Seabolt. Class 3 is one entry.
Well, another real high quality, kind of an elite type heifer that is in this single entry class, extremely fault free in her kind, beautiful in her pattern. I guess I like her most from the side and especially on the move. Extremely sound in the way that she travels, but her build from the side and her pattern and her skeleton, I think, is ideal in terms of what a good heifer should look like at this stage of the game. You know, she's cool fronted without being so radical that she doesn't look cowy, if that makes sense. She's still got a maternal look up through that front end, lots of rib to her, super smooth and level and square down her top and hip. So I think one that's put together awfully nice. I'd be a big fan of her. Congratulations.
From the Sequoia County 4-H, Carly Clark. Let's go to Class 4. It's also one entry.
There is one long-bodied heifer in the ring right there. Everywhere you look at her, you see length of body. She's long up through her neck. She's super, super long down her spine. Even got a lot of length in her hip. And as much as we've talked about today, heifers that I like, that are lean and fresh in their condition, this one may be on the extreme of that and a little on the skinny end, and it just makes her look a little harder and a little more raw on her body. So there's a heifer that could benefit maybe for just a little more feel and a little more bulk in her diet, you know, to kind of drop that flank down ever so slightly, whereas today she comes across as a little tighter flank. But I love the length, love the extension there. Congratulations.
And from the Oklahoma 4-H, Olivia Watson. Takes us to Class 5. It's also a single entry.
Boy, there's a real good combination heifer that I think puts a lot of power in a package with a lot of eye appeal. That one's nice in her head and her neck and her shoulder. Yet there's a ton of body and capacity and volume in that heifer, and you get behind her and you find her to be so square from behind, so wide from behind, good bone and good foot on that female. Another one that can stand a lot of competition later today. Congratulations.
And from the Coweta FFA, Braden Hanson. Takes us to Class 6, 2 entries.
All red Angus, first call. All red Angus, first call. Main exhibitor should not leave the barn area until dismissed.
Well, I think this is awfully neat here. We're going to use the cow-calf pair to win it, but you don't always see that at a show with cattle this age, and it's hard enough to get show heifers to do all the things that make them look good at the show. But then on top of that, sometimes it's a little hard to get them bred, if we're all being honest. And then on top of that, it's kind of hard to get them bred on time. And so I think that's kind of neat to see one that calved up here and has got one follow him around in the ring, and you can see what the udder looks like. And by the way, she still looks like a show heifer, and isn't that nice? Still has the phenotype and design to her, a lot of rib, a lot of mass. For a mama cow, she's carrying herself in good shape in terms of her structure. So that's something that all of us, especially me, don't get to see a lot, and I think we need to recognize it and appreciate it. Good pair, but I sure like that from a real-world standpoint, that you get to see one with a baby this time of the year. The young lady's heifer that comes in behind her, big framed heifer, really tall at the point of her shoulder, really long, and I love the head on her. I think that is a beautiful head, real kind eye, and a good jaw on her. Gives her a lot of femininity, and I think it says a lot about the breed character. So love the length, love the size. Obviously, she's not as massive as the cow that wins it today. She gets a little overpowered there, but there's a lot of positives in that young lady's heifer, and I appreciate her for that. Congratulations to them both.
Class 6 results. Second place, Fort Gibson 4-H, Jade Crawl. First place, Fort Gibson FFA, Lockhart family, Parker Lockhart. All right, now we're going to bring in all the class winners and select the preliminary main show order. Red Angus exhibitors, get it on your mind.
All Red Angus to the staging area. Last call. All Red Angus to the staging area.
let's have a huge round of applause for a great set of Maine cattle. In all sincerity, and then I'm not going to make a cheesy judge speech, but I feel sorry for the kids in this ring right now and the families involved with them, because it is so hard to find them that are this good and then to be able to afford them and then jump through all the hoops it takes to make them look this good at the end of your show season, and then only to have one winner. And I sincerely mean, this division gives me goosebumps. I think there's 3 or 4 heifers in here that you could make a case for winning this thing, and I'm going to pick one of them, and the other 3 are going to think I'm a dummy, and maybe I am. But I just think the cattle are outstanding, and the work and the presentation that goes into it. If you've never done it and got them to this level, boy, it's a chore, and I recognize it, and I appreciate it, and I just tip my hat to you guys. It's a compliment to have this kind of power in a lineup. Great job. I'm going to take a real deep look and a deep breath and go select your champion. Thank you.
Parker Lockhart has the breed champion Maine and number 1 in the sale order. That's going to bring up Jade Crawl. Carly Clark is reserve and or second in preliminary sale order, and that's a single entry class. Braden Hansen is third in the preliminary sale order, and that's a single entry class. Tanner Seabolt will be the 4th selection. Need Giles Wisenhunt. Cody Denton will be the 5th selection. Need Carmen Scott.
Last call, Jocelyn Richter. Last call.
Hunt will be 6th. Need Lane Lewis.
Last call, Jocelyn Richter.
Jade Crawl is 7th. That completes that class, so you are good to go. Harmon Scott will be 8th. That completes that class. Lane Lewis is 9th. And that makes Olivia Watson 10th. That completes the main class. Red Angus exhibitors coming your way.
First call, class 1, 2, 3, 4, Shorthorn. Class 1, 2, 3, 4, Shorthorn to the staging area.
For everyone tuning in on Bravado Wireless, Class 1 Red Angus is in the show ring. Class 1 Red Angus in the show ring at this time.
Well, I'll start this class once again by talking to exhibitors, and I want them to hear me say there's not a last place heifer in this class. 4 good individuals in our Red Angus class, but this heifer that wins it is extremely good, and I think that needs to be recognized. I think she's kind of in a league of her own, especially within the breed, but not just in this class. Very, very attractive from the side view, very good in terms of her structure, very good in terms of her muscularity, and has enough muscle, but it still lays in her in such a smooth, feminine fashion. It just adds to her balance. I love not only the amount of rib that she has, but the kind of rib that she has, and the design of her underline and the amount of capacity that's there. And I think she's so fresh up through her front end, and just see that freshness throughout in her flanks and around her tail head. I'm like you. I recognize today that she's nursing some foot rot on that back left leg, as it would appear to me, and I'm not going to discount her for that. But if you see her favor that a little bit, I'm convinced that's what's going on. There's a little swelling there, and that can happen. But the other 3, trust me, are fantastic, and I think that heifer's very, very sound structured. The heifer that's most like her in the class is this heifer here in second. I think similar in terms of her size and her length and her bone work. And although I think this heifer has plenty of balance, she's just not in that same elite level of quality that we see in that category of that class-winning heifer. But I love her muscle. I love her width. I love her top, her expression. She's meaty. She's beefy, but yet she still balances up well and is able to maintain the right kind of soundness and length of stride on the move. Real fine heifer there in second. Young man's heifer that comes in third is a real fault-free kind of heifer. You just talk about her as an individual, and you're going to kind of like everything about her. You know, you find her to be a heifer that's got good body. She's got some shape. She's got some bone. She travels around the ring in good enough shape. But in this class, as we start to compare her, I think she's just a notch plainer. When you study her up in terms of her head quality, she wants to be a little lower in her neck attachment as she walks around the ring. You know, maybe not as neat of a set to that hind leg and takes away from her balance a little bit on the move. But we're nitpicking a heifer that's in a class with real deep water. And here in third place, we find another exceptional female that I think is very complete. Very complete, and I think there's a lot of future in that heifer, and I guess another way to say that, maybe her best days are yet to come as she just bulks up and gets more massive. And this is the heifer in fourth. No doubt some people in the stands would probably have her second or third because she's the different one in the class. She's the moderate one. She's the huge-bellied one. She's got good bone. She's real typey and real neat. I know she's being a little fussy, but I've got to see her well enough. You know, there's some squareness from behind, but for me, she's a little too compact. She's a little too short-sighted and walks a little too close from behind to place her any higher today. Great class of Red Angus heifers. How about a nice round of applause?
Your Class 1 Red Angus winners. In fourth place from the Morris FFA, Callie Ledbetter. In third place from the Warner 4-H, Kai Fowler. In second place from Beggs FFA, Reed Groves. And your Class 1 Red Angus winner from the Midway FFA, Caitlin Skiles. Class 2 Red Angus single entry is in the show ring now.
Nice heifer, but boy, what I'm impressed with is I think this young lady kind of makes that heifer what she is, and when she gets her led into place and gets her feet and legs kind of where she wants them, boy, that heifer really comes into herself and can hit you with just a beautiful look here on the profile. Once she kind of relaxes and comes into it, I find her to be a real long-sided, super long-hipped, extra square-hipped kind of a heifer. I think she's real practical and useful in her kind. I think that one matures into a real functional kind of mama cow one day. So congratulations on a real deserving class winner here.
Your Class 2 Red Angus winner from the Beggs FFA, Kaylin Groves. Class 3 entering the show ring now, another single entry.
Here's another heifer. I just got to brag on these kids for the job they're doing feeding their projects. And boy, that's not always been the case that you would see this many of them that they're not over conditioned. And, I still think she's in just a real good, useful shape. Heifer's got a lot of natural body to her, but you still see some cleanliness around her tail head, cleanliness up through her chest, and cleanliness underneath. And I like that. A heifer that looks like she's got some doability and is kind of easy keeping in her kind. Love the rib cage. Just a great class winner here for this young lady.
Your Class 3 Red Angus winner from the Muskogee County 4-H, Jocelyn Richard. We are now bringing in Class 4 Red Angus, fourth and final class of the Red Angus breed.
Kind of a different kind of class. I don't know if we have that true show heifer design and look and profile in here, but what we do have is a class winner that's got a lot of power to her. She's really, really massive in terms of her body and her volume and the amount of capacity and rib that she has. Ultra good in her forerib, just totally massive in the center and rear part of her body, and a lot of that depth comes in the lower third of her rib cage, which I think gives her a real cowy and real maternal kind of look. I love the length and the extension that she has from her hooks to her pins, their shape and meat and muscle in that hip when you get in behind it. And I think in this class, she's as sound structured as anything that we have, and probably as heavy structured in terms of her bone work. We've seen nicer chested, nicer necked heifers. We've seen heifers that are better in their tailhead, and that's what I'd change about this heifer today. I think a closer placing comes between the heifers in second and in third, and I think the heifer in second has more soundness and more femininity to her. And what I see in that heifer is especially right there at the ground, at the pastern, I think she just steps with more cushion, and I think she's more relaxed there. I think a heifer that's really genuine and fresh in her condition. I like her body. Maybe a little lower set in those pins. She's not as muscular and thick and as shapely as that heifer in third, but she has some real strong advantages in femininity and, for me, in soundness, although she might not be exactly perfect herself. The heifer in third, no doubt, is thicker. She's a big-topped, big-ended, heavy-muscled heifer that, again, has that bulge and that turn and that expression to her quarter. Just watch her walk, and you can see a big old deep crease pop into that hip. She really pops with a lot of muscle. But I think that almost works against her when you study her in terms of her structure. She also gets a little tighter and a little stiffer in the way she wants to handle those rear legs, and I'd just like to change her in that regard. Thank you.
Your Class 4 Red Angus winners in third place from the Morris FFA, Haley Steele. In second place from the Morris FFA, Callie Ledbetter. And your Class 4 Red Angus winner from the Midway FFA, Caitlin Skiles. We are now ready for your Red Angus breed drive.
All Shorthorn to the staging area. All Shorthorn to the staging area. Destiny Watt, last call, Shorthorn, Class 1. All Shorthorn to the staging area.
Well, as we get later into the day here, you can't help but think about what the champion drive might look like when we get wrapped up with everything today. And as we add a Red Angus to that champion lineup, I think it's going to do nothing but strengthen the quality of that drive. I think there's a Red Angus heifer in here that is totally elite within our show here today, but I think you get out of this world a little bit and you put her on a national stage, and she's still going to be very, very elite. Ultra complete, ultra well balanced, ultra sound, plenty of power to her. Congratulations to the young lady up front. She'll be your champion.
All Shorthorn to the staging area.
One, two, 1, 2. Okay, Caitlin Skiles will be your breed champion and number 1 in the sale order. Brings us Reed Groves. Reed will be reserve breed and second in the sale order. It's going to bring us Kai Fowler. Okay, so need Callie Ledbetter, Class 4 to come in, and Caitlin Skiles heifer in Class 4 to go out.
Kaylin Groves, third in sale order, and that was a single entry class. Kai Fowler will be the fourth in preliminary sale order. Need Callie Ledbetter. Jocelyn Richter is fifth, and that's a single entry class. Okay, so Callie's in Class 1 heifer is sixth in sale order. So second in Class 4 is a scratch. We need Haley Steele. Actually, we don't need Haley Steele. We're good? That's it? Okay. That concludes the Red Angus show. Shorthorn exhibitors coming your way in just a second. Class 1 Shorthorns is a single entry.
Last call, Shorthorn exhibitors. Last call.
Here's a heifer that I think time's going to be her friend. I like her today, but I guess what I'm saying is I could see me really, really liking her 90 days, 120 days, whatever the case is from now, because what I see is a heifer that's got all the right parts in the right places. You know, she's long-necked. She's got a nice shoulder. She's got a nice top line. There's some natural body depth to her. I think she's sound enough with some bone, and she's really pulled apart in those pins when you get in there behind her. But I think that heifer is still pretty green in her condition. And just looking up at her head, I mean, she's just got the look of one that's probably not going to come into herself until a little later in life. And I think it'd be a fun one to kind of watch progress and to feed on and to get bred and all those things, because I could see her coming back this time next year and just being ultra competitive. So good luck with your project. I think she's pretty exciting.
From the Beggs FFA, Destiny White. Going to go to Class 2 Shorthorn. 4 entries in the class.
Well, they'll probably dock my pay for taking the halter off that heifer. I apologize to those people, but I hope they made it back to the stall okay. Really, really good heifer, and I'm sorry for that kid that he missed his class, but I appreciate him choosing to do that. With the heifers that we have out here, I think the young man's heifer that comes to the top and really a kind of a competitive top pair is the better heifer because of her advantages that she has in her body, the way she handles herself down the top, and really I think ultimately in terms of the kind of structure that she has. It's really, really a fault-free, complete kind of heifer in my opinion. A heifer that's got nice design and balance up through the front third of her body. She's very level and very true in her top line and square in her hip and tail head. I think she's got a tremendously good rib cage in her, especially in terms of depth of body. I think she's very, very adequate in terms of her muscularity and her stoutness, but when you put her in motion, I really think that's where she wins this class, and you can begin to see some separation between her and the heifer in second because she's more relaxed in her spine. I just think she's more natural and comfortable in the way that she wants to carry herself. And again, even on the move, I think that advantage that she's got in some of that lower third back through that rear rib and flank, I think it just adds to her balance and attractiveness. So a real nice heifer there to win. The heifer that's going to come second, I think, has got some stoutness to her. I like her bone, and she's really, really big up high in the top part of her hip. I'm going to talk about one that's got a cool pin setting in her as far as the width that she has out of her pins. I really like that about her. This is also an extraordinarily long-bodied heifer who's bigger framed than our class winner. This is a heifer that's really long up through that neck, long down her spine, long from hooks to pins. And although I think she's got plenty of rib to her, I think by comparison she's slightly more pinched in her forerib, slightly more pinched in her rear rib than is that class winner. And I think when you watch her walk, she just has a rigidness right there in the middle of her back, kind of wants to hump up sometimes in that spine, and maybe she's just acting like a young calf, and that'll get better with time, but it's something that you notice today. And then the young man's roan heifer, really a different type of heifer in this class in that she's more moderate in her frame, but she's really cute. She's a really typey heifer. She's got a neat pattern, kind of that cookie cutter silhouette, a lot of bone underneath her. But for me, I prefer heifers that have a little more stature and a little more length. But I don't want to be too critical of a heifer that I give high marks in terms of her presence and her look. Congratulations.
Class 2 results. Third place, Stigler 4-H, Cody Cantrell. Second place, Keys FFA, Cassie Kelly. First place, Muldrow FFA, Eli Matthews. Let's go to Class 3, Shorthorn. Does have 3 entries.
we're going to let these kids just line up in the middle, and we're going to place them the way that they walked in the class, starting with this red-necked heifer first. I think she wins the class pretty easily from a correctness and from an eye appeal standpoint. She's certainly the most stylish, the most feminine, the prettiest profiling heifer that's the best in her lines. But beyond that, she's also by far the best in terms of just her structure, her quality, and her kind for me. I think that's another one of the heifers whose best days are in front of her. Really green today, but I admire the pattern and the skeletal design that she has. And you can just use a little imagination. As she gets older and more developed and more filled out, I think she just gets better and better and better. Pretty close placing for me between the two heifers in second and third, and I just think it's muscle and power and mass that separates them. And it's the young man's heifer that I find to be the better-bodied, thicker heifer of that heifer of the pair. She's got more forerib, she's got more rear rib and flank, big old top and hip in her. But I think to make her even better today, we'd clean her up and stretch her out in that neck. Just give her a little more feminine design to that underline and throughout improve her balance. But I like the power and I like the body. The red roan heifer in third is a more attractive heifer through her front end. She's cleaner necked, she's flatter shouldered, and she's better in that regard. As she's a taller, kind of bigger framed heifer, I just like to see a little more body and mass to go along with that to kind of accommodate her size. But I love the length, and I like that extra cleanliness across through the bottom of her neck and chest compared to that heifer in second. Congratulations to you all.
Class 3 results. Third place, Stigler FFA, Chloe Cantrell. Second place, Coweta FFA, Brett Butler. First place, Warner 4-H, Cade Fowler. Class 4, a single entry.
Shorthorn exhibitors, make sure you stay close to the barn. We'll get ready for sale order immediately following breed championship drive. Class 1 and 2 Simmental. Be thinking about it. Class 1 and 2 Simmental. Be thinking about it.
Really nice single entry heifer again, and not to be repetitive with my terms, but I think another heifer that's very intriguing in that she's really correct, got all those parts and pieces right where you want them at this young age to go on and be something as a junior and senior yearling as she matures that we're really going to like. But today she's ultra feminine and very stylish, very level in her lines. That heifer's got meat when you get back into her hip. You can see some thickness and some width at her hock already. There's some bone in that heifer. So I just want to encourage these young kids with projects like this just to stick right with them and keep putting everything you got into them, because I think you got some outstanding prospects, and she's one of them. Congratulations.
From the Fort Gibson FFA, David Farmer. The Class 5 Shorthorn will be a class of 2 entries.
Once again, we're going to place this class the way that it came in the ring. The young man's going to win the class, and he's going to do it with a heifer that just, I think, outpowers the heifer in second. You can see from the outside she's a bigger-bodied, better-bodied kind of heifer with more depth and more volume and more capacity. But above and beyond that, I also think she's better in her kind. I think there's more of a maternal, a more feminine, more of a female look there. She's nicely balanced. She's level in her line. She's sound in her structure. All of her advantages in balance and mass just make her a logical place to start with this class. There's some similarities, though, in this heifer in second, and you really study her. That is a nice neck, nice shoulder in that heifer. There's some bone in that heifer, and off her back leg, she handles herself pretty nice. She's just ultra green today. There's a heifer that's a little too far to the extreme on freshness. I think a little more condition would really help that heifer and show off a little bit more of that body, get her a little more depth and a little more fullness and make her more competitive with a heifer like the one that wins it. But certainly a nice heifer with some intriguing pieces there in second. Good job.
Class 5 results. Second place from the Porham FFA, Abigail Belcher. First place from the Oakdale 4-H, Ryland McQuay. Class 6 will be a single entry.
I think kind of a wide-made, real good-bodied heifer out here in this single-entry class. It's got a lot of bone to her. Another heifer that patterns up good in terms of the profile she gives you and the kind of shadows she puts down on the ground. There's some levelness and some squareness that I appreciate about that heifer. Love all that bone that we see in her, and she's really another one of those heifers that's wide and pulled apart from end to end, but especially wide there between her pins as you study her out through her rump and hip. Just like the width, like the rib shape, and like the bone in this single-entry heifer. Good job on a class winner.
And from the Webbers Falls FFA, Hayden Stevens. Class 7, single entry.
Gotta love the width, gotta love the bone, gotta love the power in this heifer here in this single entry class. Big old top in her, and as you would expect, good thickness there in her hip and a lot of stoutness of structure to her. I'd like to see her with a little more of a female look, I guess. When you look at her up through her front third and the kind of body she has in her, maybe hit you with just a little bit more of a terminal look, and you'd like to clean her up and refine her a little bit, maybe lean her up a little bit in her condition out here today. Thank you.
From the Stigler FFA, Chloe Cantrell, and Class 8 is also a single entry.
Class 1, 2 Scimitars should be in the staging area. Class 3 and 4, first call.
Really a massive heifer that's impressive from a power standpoint out here in this single entry class. Absolutely impressive in terms of her rib cage, how good she is in her forerib, how wide she is in the center of her body, tremendous hip in terms of width and thickness and power, loads and loads of bone in her, and still for that kind of shape and thickness and horsepower, carries herself well in terms of movement and flexibility and length of stride. Kind of a loose skeletoned type heifer as I watch her walk in, sometimes on the stand, but on the move. You might like her to collect herself a little better there in the middle of her back. We've seen heifers that are a little more chiseled out in their front end, a little more feminine about their head, but it'd be hard to find another one that can rival her in terms of her bone and her mass and her power. Congratulations on a good class winner.
And from the Shakota FFA, Jade McPeak, we need all class winners back in for breed champion Shorthorn and preliminary sale order.
Allison Dillingham.
Well, a few more numbers to work through here in our Shorthorn show, and so let's congratulate all these exhibitors with a nice round of applause as we find you a champion. maybe more than some other breeds that we've dealt with today. There's a lot of differences in types and kinds out here, and I'll be the first to admit that. But we've had tons of single entries circulate through the ring here this afternoon, and so part of that is due to seeing so many of those. But the heifers that I'm more drawn to, I think, are the ones that have a nice pattern to them. They have enough body, enough muscle, and enough power to them. And still some heifers, obviously, that have some soundness and some structure to them. And when you think about checking all those boxes, for me, one heifer becomes pretty obvious and some others become eliminated. And I think the heifer that I'm going to use is a heifer that's very fault-free, very complete, very impressive in terms of her top and her power, but she hits you hard with a good look of quality and a lot of soundness. It's not very often that I jump out and use a calf, but I'm going to use a young one today and congratulate this young man right here, and he'll be your champion.
Eli Matthews is going to be the breed champion and number 1 in preliminary sale order. Need Cassie Kelly out of Class 2.
Last call, Class 3 Scimitar. Class 3 Scimitar in the staging area, please. Class 4, 5, come on down.
Cassie Kelly going to be reserve breed, number 2 in the preliminary sale order. Need Cody Cantrell, 3rd place, Class 2. Jaden McPeak will be 3rd overall in the preliminary sale order, and that is a single entry class. Cade Fowler is going to be 4th in preliminary sale order. Need Brett Butler, 2nd place, Class 3. Destiny White will be 5th, preliminary sale order, single entry class. Hayden Stevens will be 6th in preliminary sale order. That's a single entry class.
Class 5 Scimitar, come on down.
Rylan McQuay will be 7th. Rylan McQuay will be 7th in preliminary sale order. Need Abigail Belcher. David Farmer will be 8th in preliminary sale order. David Farmer 8th. That's a single entry class. Cody Cantrell will be 9th, and that uses up all of that class. Brett Butler is 10th in preliminary sale order. Need Chloe Cantrell.
Last call, Scimitars through Class 5.
Class 7, Chloe Cantrell, Class 7 is 11th in preliminary sale order, so Chloe Cantrell, Class 3 needs to just go out.
Caitlin. Gracie.
That leaves Abigail is
Which are you?
12th. Abigail Belcher is 12th in preliminary sale order. Bring on the Scimitars.
Class 3 behind us too. Okay, let's just stop here until I get the twos. Abigail? Okay. So I got one.
Last call through Class 5 Scimitar. First call, 6, 7, and 8.
Class 1 Scimitars making their way into the show ring right now. Class 1 Scimitars in the show ring.
All Scimitars should be in the staging area. All Scimitars should be in the staging area.
We kick off our Scimitar class with what I consider to be a very challenging class, and maybe not that just super dominant heifer that checks all the boxes for you, but the red heifer that I'm going to use to start it sure checks a lot of them. She's a big-framed, ultra-long-bodied heifer that I love in terms of her hip and her hind leg. That's a square-hipped, thick-hipped, big-topped, big-ended heifer that's got tons of bone, tons of structure to her. I think she balances up nice from a profile. She moves as well as any in the class. And what throws you off about her and what I think distracts from her balance is her body depth. That heifer's adequate in her body depth, but she would be much better if she had more lower third in her. And two of the other heifers in this class do, which makes this challenging. So I have to decide, does this heifer have enough? And I think there is an illusion involved when you make cattle that long and that extended. It's hard for them to be quite so soggy and deep always. So I think she's still got enough considering the length that she has, and I'm totally in love with the bone and the power and the soundness that she brings to this class. No doubt many of you would prefer the more moderate heifer in second class, and I get it. She is the bigger bodied heifer of the pair. She's the one that has that typey rib cage in her, all that volume, all that capacity, and that real swoopy little underline there that's so popular in these heifers today. She's got that. She's also the other heifer in class that's really sound structured when you put them on the move. She's flexible, she's got some reach, but there's not enough heifer there for me in terms of height and in terms of length. I'd much rather her see her have some of the frame that we see in the other three heifers, and then she probably wins the class for me, to be honest with you. So I love her design, I love her soundness and body, just a little too compact for me today. On the stand, the heifer that I probably want to use is this white-faced heifer. She's kind of the combination of things that we talked about in first and second. More of the height, more of the length of our first place heifer, but more of the body of our second place heifer. What she doesn't have is the bone and the structure we need to see her get up any higher today, and that's sure where I'd make her better. But she is a cute, typey, real neat designed heifer from a profile. And then the young lady's heifer that comes fourth. You know, this is a good heifer too, and a heifer that resembles more of our class winner than the two in front of her. She's got that same kind of size and length, and there's some muscle in her. But this is a heifer that's a little more down-headed, maybe a little plainer about her head for me, a little narrower faced. She doesn't want to handle herself quite as nicely on her rear legs today. So not a last place heifer by any stretch of the imagination. Lots of positives, but she's fourth for me today. Congratulations on a good start to our show.
Your winners out of Class 1 Scimitars in fourth place from Porter 4-H, Dixon Davis. And third place from the Wagner 4-H, Tug Kennedy. And second place from the Gore FFA, Eva Lawless. And your Class 1 Scimitar winner from the Coweta 4-H, Dylan Denton. Class 2 Scimitars making their way into the show ring. Class 2 Scimitars making their way into the show ring. They have informed me that all the Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show shirts and hoodies are now half off right out the west door just across from the concession stand. There's not many left, but they are 50% off at this time. So get over there and get your merchandise before it's all gone.
what's going on.
Simmental exhibitors should stick around the staging and show barn. Don't leave until dismissed.
Really fun class of Simmental heifers to get to sort my way through, and I think some real tough choices to make along the way, but at the end of it all, I'm real comfortable with this heifer that wins the class. I think she's outstanding. As nice a balanced of a female, as sound a structured of a female as we have in here, and she's really my kind in terms of her pattern and her design and her makeup. I like her extremely well from a side view. I think that's a feminine-headed, good-necked, good-shouldered heifer that's awesome down her top line in terms of strength and levelness behind her shoulder, strength in her loin, enough levelness from hooks to pins and across that tail head. I really admire the way this heifer walks. I think she's very adequate in terms of her muscle. And where she excels the heifer in second is really on the move. She's so much more, she's got so much more levelness through her loin, so much square in terms of her tail head, especially on the move. And I think that's where she gets around the white-faced heifer. I like the white-faced heifer a lot. She's longer bodied than our class winner is. She's ultra fresh and ultra feminine everywhere you look, clean chested, clean in the lower third of that body and around that tail head. I like the muscle and the power that you see. I think she's one of the high quality heifers that we have in the class. But again, for me, when you start talking about her in her loin, start talking about her in her tail head, I think she gives up some there to some other heifers in the class, especially on the move. I just like to change her right there. One of the toughest placings I think we've got to sort through in the class is between third and fourth. And in a lot of ways, these heifers are similar in terms of their power and their mass. Both of them are extra stout, but between the two, I think this blaze-faced heifer is better in her shoulder. That heifer's got so much shape in her. Everywhere you look, you see muscle, you see bulge, you see body. And between those two heifers, I just think there's a notch more eye appeal and femininity and balance here. Now, for me, for this heifer, every once in a while, she just wants to handle those back legs funny, especially as she's going away from you. I'd like to see her with the same kind of length of hip that she has from her hips forward. In other words, that's a long-necked, long-sided heifer, but I come back to a hip that I consider a little short and takes her out of balance, maybe a little rounder, a little lower in her pin setting, but boy, there is a lot of horsepower there in terms of body and meat and muscle, and I like that about her. Almost ditto for this heifer that's coming around next. This white-flanked heifer, great big top, great big hip, wide-chested, wide-hocked as she goes away from you. Again, I would change the way she handles herself out of that hip. Starting all the way at the top, she's just a little rougher out of that tail head. It takes away from her balance and femininity. perhaps a little rounder in that hip, and that goes all the way down to that leg again, where you see that she doesn't want to move with quite as much flexibility. But let's not lose sight of how wide, stout, and powerful that good heifer is. Young man coming with the red heifer next here, I think has a heifer that maybe does handle herself a little bit better on the move. Perhaps that might be a stretch as well, but compared to the heifers that are placed below her, there's no doubt I like her kind better. She looks just like that class-winning heifer on the profile in terms of her size and that levelness of top and hip. She's the other one in the class that sits down really correct in her tail head. I like her freshness. I like her length. A little different in her balance. She's got more crest there at the top side of her neck. She's not as feminine. She's not as refined throughout. But there's a lot of practical, real-world, functional, maternal good in that heifer, and I think that's a real nice one halfway through the class here. Big old framed heifer comes out next. Heifer with tons of growth, tons of size, tons of performance. You can even see that in her head. That's one she's big now and she's not through growing, in my opinion. I think she's also very stylish, very classy, very eye-appealing. My concerns is that today she can come across as just a little bit raw when you look at her in terms of her true width of chest and forerib, her true width when you get in behind her. Kind of look at that, and you look at that frame size, and you wonder if she's not going to get a little too extreme. I hope you prove me wrong in time, but it's a question mark for me right now. Coming in next is another one of the real thick, meaty, muscular heifers that we have in the class. Super wide and super stout from end to end. I just changed the way she handles those hind legs. A little stiff and restricted in the way she wants to travel today, and I'd like to loosen her up in that regard. Then a small framed heifer is going to complete the class, but a real neat made heifer. She's awesome up in terms of her silhouette and her pattern, level in her lines, really, really correct from a balance standpoint, and pretty good from a soundness standpoint, but just gives up too much in overall size and power to compete with the heifers higher than her today. Congratulations.
Your winners out of Class 2 Simmentals. In 5th place from Porter FFA, Cash Kreiner. In 4th place from the Wagner FFA, Addison Kennedy. In 3rd place from the Roland FFA, Gracie Wasson. In 2nd place from the Beggs FFA, Kaylin Groves. And your Class 2 Simmental winner from the Beggs FFA, Reed Groves. Class 3 Simmentals entering the show ring at this time. Class 3 Simmentals entering the show ring.
Last call, Grace Fenton. Last call.
interesting class of these heifers, and certainly some differences to discuss as we go through here. I think this heifer that comes to the top does so because of her advantages in quality and how well she combines some look, some real true power and shape with some soundness of structure. Compared to that heifer in second, she's definitely the stouter, heavier muscled heifer of that pair, and that's what gets her to the top. But even on her own merits here, I just like her in terms of her shape. That's a big topped, big ended heifer, a lot of bulge and turn to that quarter. You see some true shape to that rib cage. She's not one of these A-framed shape heifers from behind. She's got arc and curvature to her rib cage. Still enough depth, though, from the side. I think she holds herself together real well in terms of her look and her profile, her balance. She's really good in her lines, and she handles herself well on the move to have that much power and shape and dimension in her. The heifer that comes in second's a bigger heifer. She's extremely long-bodied. She has excellent growth and performance. I like the height and stature she has at the point of her shoulder. She's strong and level across the middle of her back, and she sets in square in her tail head. She, too's another one of the good traveling heifers that has a lot of balance and eye appeal. However, when I get behind her, I think that's where the contest separates itself. She's a little flatter made in that quarter, especially down in the lower part of that quarter, and that's why she stands second to our class winner today. The red heifer that comes to us in third, more the size of our class winner, and I like that, quite honestly. I think she's more of a practically sized heifer. I like her length, another one of those good topped, good square rumped heifers. Probably seeing now one that gives up a little bit in terms of bone compared to that heifer in second. And this heifer's really tricky for me to evaluate in terms of her movement. At times, she can look a little short and choppy. At times, she can look just fine. But I am suspicious is that maybe she's a little short striding off that front end. Maybe doesn't stand quite as true as she could. Maybe doesn't flex quite exactly perfect out of that hock. But she's sound enough. She's good enough. I'm just talking about differences between first and third. And I really do like that heifer for her kind. Again, muscle is the distinguishing factor between the next two. The young man's heifer circling around here is just thicker. She's beefier top, she's bigger butted, she's wider from end to end. Is she as pretty and chiseled out as others in the class? No, she's not. She's got a little brisket in her. She's a little lower headed, a little plainer in that front end, but there's a lot of power there. This heifer is real attractive that comes out next. This heifer's got a good neck and shoulder in her. Heifer's got a good top line in her, but as we get past that, we find one that wants to round off more in her hip, gets a little steeper and higher in her tail head, probably a little rawer back in that rear rib and flank, and starts to give up some bone. Doesn't want to travel just right, but real attractive, real stylish, real long-bodied. I like that about her. Two heifers that complete the class are similar in their kind. They're real beefy made heifers. They got a lot of stoutness to them. They got a lot of thickness. They got a lot of shape to them. And from a power standpoint, I love these heifers. I mean, there's a lot of pounds of beef right there. But from a balance standpoint, it's hard for these heifers to compete. They're shorter and they're heavier fronted. They're bigger in their brisket. They're not as good in terms of their structure. But you talk about cattle that's got some true shape and some true performance to them, good doing kind of heifers, it appears. I like them very, very well in that regard. Congratulations to you all.
Your winners out of Class 3 Simmentals in 5th place from the Purim FFA, Abigail Brees. In 4th place from the Coweta 4-H, Lane McKinney. In 3rd place from the Haskell 4-H, Cora McDonald. And 2nd place from the Midway 4-H, Gracie Stoneberger. And your Class 3 Simmental winners from the Fort Gibson 4-H, Remington Cooper. Class 4 Simmentals in the show ring at this time. Class 4 Simmentals in the show ring. 8 total classes of Simmentals here today. Then we will move into your breed drive.
Well, this is a break in type and kind of what I've been doing all day, and I recognize that. This heifer's way more moderate in her stature, even a little different in her kind than what I've been using today. But here's the reason that I did do it. There's way more shape in that heifer. There's way more top. There's way more spring in the upper part of her rib cage. In a class where neither one of these heifers are ultra powerful in her hip, she still is the more powerful one of the pair, and she's certainly got more width at her hock. Heifer's still got good bone. She handles herself good in movement. She's a nice balanced heifer, but traditionally I've been using heifers that are bigger and that are longer, and that's what I would like to change about her if we could, but I'm just not willing to give up a lot of muscle in order to do it with this bigger framed heifer in second. And I do like the heifer in second. Don't get me wrong. From a profile, boy, she's lights out. She's good in terms of her design. She's pretty fronted. She's long-sided. She's a big-boned one. She reaches out with a real comfortable, flexible stride, and she's got a super long hip with a square tail head set. But from behind, that one's too flat for me. She comes out of her top without much shape or muscle, pretty flat in the way that she handles herself from behind and the way that she reads with muscles. I just like to really stouten her up, but I love her size, love her soundness, and love her look from the side. Congratulations.
Your winners out of Class 4 Scimitars. In second place from Tahlequah FFA, Cadence Haney. And your class winner out of Class 4 Scimitars from the Shakota 4-H, Brody Lovett. Class 5 Scimitars making their way into the show ring. Class 5 Scimitars.
A big old powerful kind of heifer, kind of muscles her way up to the top of this class. Really big in her frame, really bold in the way that she's made, super wide chested. She's wide-bodied, lots of power back in that hip in terms of muscle and all the way down to the ground in terms of bone. Extra size compared to the others in this class. She certainly needs to be more refined in those shoulders and better up through her head and neck, but you wouldn't want to change much about the power that she brings to this class. I like that a great deal. Perhaps we could combine her with the heifer in second here and have a little more of what we consider ideal, because that heifer in second is really refined up through her front end. I mean, she's super thin-necked, really flat-shouldered. She's a little fresher in her condition than this heifer here that wins the class. And I think she handles herself in terms of length of stride pretty well. However, I would kind of change the way that she's designed in that hip where she wants to drop her pins down on the move. But still a lot of femininity, a lot of cleanliness, a lot of freshness in our second place heifer. Heifer in third probably resembles more of our class winner than our second place heifer because she's so thick. She's thick-topped, she's thick-rumped, she's got some width as she walks away from you. But she, too's one that's a little coarser about that head, just a little plainer in her balance, and you'd like to add to her some of the body volume that we find in first and second. But a real muscular heifer here in third. Congratulations, kids.
Your winners out of Class 5 Scimitars in third place from the Vian FFA, Gracie Risley. In second place from the Muldrow 4-H, Drayden Woodruff. And your Class 5 Scimitar winner from the Woodall 4-H, Avery Hammonds. Class 6 Scimitar in the show ring, single entry here in Class 6.
Boy, they just don't like being in here by themselves, do they? So we'll try and get them right on through the ring here. But there's a really, really good heifer, I think, in this single entry class, and be a fun one to see out here with some more competition. Really love her body. I love her bone. I just like the width and the mass that she has. Yet there's still a pretty strong maternal element to her. There's balance and there's eye appeal and there's a feminine female look to her when you look at her up through her head and her neck and her shoulder. She's got some pizzazz and some eye appeal. Congratulations on a real nice heifer.
Your class winner, Class 6 Scimitars from the Keys FFA. That'll be Cassie Kelly. Class 7 Scimitars enter in the show ring. Class 7 Scimitars.
I think that's a really, really good cow prospect right there, folks. This heifer that wins the class, I think, has got a world of good to her. Again, one of these that we could say a lot of things about, and it would all be very positive. I just like her and her type and kind from a real world calf raising standpoint. I think she's got so much, so much potential as a donor cow and as a female. And I know we're supposed to be judging them here in the show ring setting, but it's just hard for me not to get cranked up about her as a cow. And I really like a heifer built like this, one that's that strong and true in her loin, that long and stretched out in her hip, that perfect and that square and that correct in her pin setting and in her tail head placement. I love her movement. I love that gigantic rib cage. You get behind her and there's thickness and there's body. And I'll be the first to admit, we've seen heifers that are more radical fronted than her, okay? We've seen heifers that are a little more closed up at the top of their shoulder. We've seen heifers that are a few inches longer in their neck. They're a little cleaner at the top side of their neck. But that doesn't bother me a bit on her. She wears it well, and I just think there's a lot of cow power from there back. So congratulations on a real nice one there, young lady. And I tell you what, she beats one that's awfully good here in second. The heifer in second, she is the one that's kind of wilder up through that front end. She sets up higher on her neck. She's longer necked. She's sharper up there at the point of her shoulders than is our class winner. And she's got all the same parts as our class winner in terms of a big old rib, a great big leg, and a great big hindquarter, but they don't blend together as nicely as our class winner. So piece to piece to piece, she doesn't transition quite as nicely. And in a tough class, to me, it just takes away ever so slightly from her balance, and it doesn't help. And I know you got to be frustrated. She's not really doing her part out here today on helping you show her off, but you got an awfully good heifer. I'd sure be proud to own one like that. The heifer here in third could have won a lot of classes here today. She's so complete and fault-free. You take the other two in this class out of the equation that walked out in front of her, and we'd be just talking her up to no end. Big-bodied, flat-shouldered, good-necked, pretty-headed. This heifer, though, in this class gets out-measured in terms of her hip and her bone work. Maybe doesn't handle her hind leg with as much authority and correctness as those that went out in front of her. Then a big, powerfully made heifer completes the class. Lots of growth and lots of frame. Tremendous extension and length with a great big top, hip, and hindquarter in her. Love the shape, love the power in her. She's one that needs to be better in terms of her foot quality at the ground. Kind of wants to roll around on those sides of those feet a little bit. She's another one that gets a little rougher in her tail head and weaker in her loin, so that takes away from her from a balance standpoint, but we better appreciate her from real-world growth, performance, and muscle with a lot of length. Boy, she measures up high right there in my book, so congratulations on a nice set of heifers.
Your winners out of Class 7 Simmentals. In fourth place from the Warner 4-H, Kaya Briley. In third place from the Tahlequah FFA, Cadence Haney. In second place from the Stigler FFA, Grace Fenton. And your Class 7 Simmental winner from the Shakota FFA, Jada Carpenter. We are now bringing in Class 8 single entry.
Real nice heifer again in our single entry. Isn't that something? Our single entries have been just pretty darn nice today, and she's no exception. Boy, she's thick and muscular. She's real shapely. She's got a big top. She's got a big hip and hindquarter in her, and still see some femininity everywhere from her shoulder, her head, her shoulder, all the way down to her udder. You know, even the udder quality she's showing you at this point, there's sure some femininity and some correctness about that. So a real nice single entry and a real deserving class winner.
Your Class 8 single entry winner from the Haskell 4-H, Claire Kreiner. We are now ready for your Simmental breed drive.
Well, as I look at this champion lineup, I'm really happy with it. I really congratulate and compliment these kids, and I feel like in the breed, I've been given an opportunity to stick with more of a type and kind in the Simmentals, and that's one thing I like so much about the Simmentals. I think you folks kind of stick with a type and kind too. The cattle have been muscular and stout and powerful, but yet there's a real big maternal element to them. They got body and they got structure to them, and they kind of look the part out here on the shavings with a show halter on too in terms of their design and balance. So huge compliments to you guys that are responsible for breeding them and showing them and fitting them, and all the people that take care of these things. They just looked awesome today. Be a real pleasure now to select, I think, a real tremendous set of champions out of this division. How about we give them a good round of applause?
Your breed champion Simmental comes out of Class 7. That'll be Chada Carpenter. That brings in Miss Grace Fenton.
First call, AOB 1. First call, AOB 1. All classes.
Your reserve breed champion Simmental comes from Class 7 as well. That will be Miss Grace Fenton. Your third selection out of Class 6, Cassie Kelly. That was a single entry class. Your fourth selection comes out of Class 3. That'll be Remington Cooper. Your fifth selection comes out of Class 2. That'll be Reed Groves. And your sixth selection comes out of Class 2. That'll be Kaylin Gross. Gracie Wasson. Gracie Wasson, out of Class 2 scimitars. You are needed in the showroom.
Second call, all classes AOB ones.
Your seventh selection comes out of Class 1. That'll be Dylan Denton. Eighth selection comes out of Class 2. That'll be Gracie Wasson. Addison Kennedy. Your ninth selection out of Class 8, Claire Kreiner. That is a single entry class. Your 10th selection comes out of Class 2. That'll be Addison Kennedy. Cash Kreiner. He's in here. 11th selection comes out of Class 4. That'll be Brody Lovett. We need Cadence Haney, Class 4 scimitar.
All AOB ones should be in the staging area. All AOB ones. AOB twos, be thinking about it.
Twelfth selection comes out of Class 3. That is Gracie Stoneberger. That brings in Cora McDonald. Your 13th selection comes out of Class 3, Cora McDonald. That brings in Lane Kennedy. Your 14th selection comes out of Class 2. That'll be Cash Kreiner. Need Colton Woodruff. Sixth out of Class 2, Colton Woodruff. You are needed in the show ring. He's coming in the north gate. Your 15th selection comes out of Class 3. That'll be Lane McKinney. We now need Abigail Brees. 5th place, Class 3 Scimitar. Your 16th selection comes out of Class 7. That'll be Cadence Haney. Kaya Briley. Your 17th selection, Eva Lawless. Tug Kennedy. Eighteenth selection comes out of Class 3. That'll be Abigail Brees. We need Natalie Brunk. Class 3 Simmental, Natalie Brunk. Natalie is in the show ring. Nineteenth selection, Colton Woodruff. That brings in Jax Davis. This will be your 20th and final selection for preliminary sale order. And your 20th selection comes out of Class 1. That'll be Tug Kennedy. Everyone else is dismissed. Thank you. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and be headed into the AOB breed. If anyone is in need of any show ring attire, it is time to get it bought right now. She is packing up, heading out at 4:15. That's 30 minutes from now. If anybody needs any show attire, she is right over in the northwest corner of the show barn. And she said 30 minutes from now, she will be no more.
Class, how about AOB 2s to the staging area? AOB 2s to the staging area. If you have a lanyard and you showed heifers today, you better be getting ready. Sale order is pending.
So what we have here, folks, those of you watching at ringside, these are two single entry heifers that we brought in at the same time because the young lady closest to me's got one that's a little suspect to get rambunctious. So we're just trying to accommodate her and keep her heifers quiet as we can. So we're going to talk about two separate class-winning heifers, okay? I think this is actually Class 2, the tiger striped heifer. Okay, so I'm going to start with her since she's in front. I really like the body in this heifer, okay? A heifer, it's got a lot of length, a lot of substance. Already you see good udder development in that female. I think she handles herself well on the move. Tons of length, tons of extension. A really, really good class-winning heifer. It's a big framed heifer here the young lady closest to me has, and I think extremely, extremely stylish. Clean-fronted, up-headed, clean-naveled type of heifer. I love her femininity, love her profile, love her look. Very, very attractive. She, too, another deserving class winner. Congratulate them when they get outside, but let's hold our applause till they do. Thank you, girls.
Class 1 from the Haskell FFA is Kendall Baker. Class 2 from Stillwell 4-H is Brianna Burton. And Class 3 has 2 entries.
We're working on our AOBs. One's got AOB2 in the holding area. If you are a breed champion, a reserve breed champion, it's time to start heading this way. First call.
Really a stout featured, big framed, growth-oriented type heifer wins the class. Kind of this speckled marked heifer. I love that deep dark color that she has, by the way. That's really, really cool. But I like the extra structure that she has. I like the height that she has there at her shoulder. I like her advantages in length of body and extension and stretch from end to end. A bigger footed kind of a heifer. I think there's just more heifer in about every dimension offered here. The young man's heifer that comes in second, very, very smooth shouldered, very good ribbed, very smooth in the way that she transitions from her shoulder to her body to her hip. Yet, as we mentioned, a heifer that I think is a little flatter quartered, doesn't have as much stoutness of bone as that one in front, just gives up a little power, but a lot of eye appeal in our second place heifer as well.
Class 3 results. Second place from Morris FFA, Jacob Slaughter. First place from Stillwell 4-H, Brianna Burton. Class 4 has 3 entries.
young lady in the FFA shirt here is going to win this class with I think what's a big, powerful kind of heifer. I think she's the most unique one out of this trio, just in terms of the amount of mass that she has. She's a bigger, better bodied kind of a heifer. I think she's got more top, more hip, just more width from end to end. I don't think she's as long fronted as the two heifers that go in front of her. And if we're going to change her, that's where I'd make her better. Certainly, I think the heifer in second, equal to our class winner in terms of frame, but maybe a little better in terms of her overall look and balance. Longer necked heifer. I like her smoothness of shoulder, but a heifer that I don't think is as good right in behind that shoulder today as our class winner. Maybe not as massive as our class winner is. The heifer that stands third to her, big framed, long-sided heifer, but a heifer that just gives up a little bit more for me in terms of her overall power of body and hip. Nice job to these three young ladies.
Class 4 results from Woodall 4-H, Frankie Neighbors. Second place from Woodall 4-H, Frankie Neighbors. And first place from Haskell FFA, Kendall Baker. Heads up. Nice job. Let's go to Class 5. AOB will be a single entry.
I think that's a real maternal made kind of a female there. I like her frame size for the real world. Love her length of body. Love the depth of body that she has. Heifer that seems to carry herself around the ring in pretty good shape. A little more refined and lighter in her bone work than others that we've seen. And that's why I'd make her better today.
Class 5 from Stigler FFA, going to be Trent Fowler. Kim, are we treating AOB 1? So we need the class winners of AOB 1. We need all the class winners of AOB 1.
Last call, AOB 2s. Last call, AOB 2s. Breed champions, reserve breed champions, be ready.
Yeah, anybody in the audience know CPR?
Chloe Mack, final call. Chloe Mack.
All right, as we kind of get everything wrestled around into position here, we may just have to take what we get there. And so I appreciate those kids' good attitude about all this. That can be frustrating, but nice show. Again, out of respect to some of the cattle and the exhibitors in here, let's save our applause and congratulations until after this is over, and then you guys kind of high-five them kids outside the ring or something. But the heifer that I think sticks out for me in this lineup that I think's got tremendous power. I think she's got good body, good muscularity to her. I just like her size and her build. I'm going to congratulate the young lady right here for today's champion.
Okay, Kendall Baker's class 4. Kendall Baker's class 4 is first in sale order. So Kendall Baker's class 1 can go out or just sit tight. We do need Frankie Neighbors, second place class 4.
Breed champions, make sure you check in the makeup or the staging area. Breed champions, check in with Tosh at the staging area.
Frankie Neighbors, second place in class 4 is reserve or second in sale order. So we need Frankie Neighbors third place. Nope, can't do that. I tried, didn't I? So we just going to another class. So Brianna Burton from class, is that 2? Okay, so Brianna Burton from class 3 is a pull. So Brianna Burton class 2 is the third selection. Need Jacob Slaughter. Jacob Slaughter, second place, class 3. There's Jacob. Trent Fowler is the fourth and final selection in AOB 1. AOB 2 Class 1 has 3 entries.
as these kids circle around the ring and come into position, I'm going to go ahead and place them exactly the way they came into the ring. That's the way I like them. And this speckled heifer here that's going to win the class is the thickest, heaviest muscled, stoutest heifer that we have to choose from. Although she's the most moderate in her stature, I think she's the nicest balance. She's certainly the biggest top. She's the thickest ended. She's the one that's got the most width as she walks away from you. I also find her to be a pretty attractive kind of heifer relative to this class in terms of her levelness of lines, her squareness of rump, especially compared to the heifer in second. The heifer in second is a much bigger framed heifer. She's tall fronted and she's long sided, and I like those things about her, but with that extra frame, I'd like to add some more muscle. I'd like to square her up in her hip set, in her pin set, and then widen and thicken her up as you get in there behind her. The horned heifer in the third position here, very attractive, very feminine fronted, very pretty headed, a good neck and a good shoulder on that heifer. From there back, I think she gets out measured in terms of power and in terms of bone by the two heifers in front of her, but I wouldn't want to change a thing about the femininity we find in this nice little heifer. Congratulations, kids.
Class 1, AOB 2 results. Third place, Warner 4H, Kaya Bradley. Second place from the Beggs FFA, Joshua Donahoe. And first place from the Beggs FFA is also Joshua Donahoe. Class 2 has 2 entries.
You know, here in this particular class, and we're dealing with a lot of different breeds out here in this particular division, but we have a heifer that's maybe a little more like the ones that we've been picking to win other classes and other breeds. So she's really, really a big, stout, good-looking heifer, extra bone, extra body, extra hip, a real easy winner, I think, in this class, and one that'll be real competitive here in this division. But we don't want to discount the young man's heifer here that comes behind, because recognizing she's a unique breed, a different breed, and within that breed, that's a nice heifer. That's a good-headed heifer. That's a really strong topped heifer. It's a heifer that has some size and some growth for her age. She's got some bone to her. So recognize that she's a really good individual and certainly serves a purpose within her own breed, and we appreciate her for that. Congratulations.
Don't forget, right after the grand champion female, supreme female, we'll start rolling right in and pick a total of 40 heifers for the sale. Final sale order.
AOB Class 2 results. Second place, Joshua Donahue of the Beggs FFA. First place, Jake Cox of the Morris FFA. And this will be Class 3, AOB 2, 2-head.
Much like that last class, I think we have a more dominant heifer here to win. Maybe a little more traditional in terms of her look and of her build. She's beefy, she's cowy, she's maternal, she's stout. Those are the things I like about her. She's maybe just a little rougher in her top. She's not quite as square in terms of her pin setting there out of her rump, and I'd fix her in that regard. And that's where I really like the heifer in second. This is a really attractive heifer. She just knocks you dead from a profile. Beautiful headed, beautiful fronted, a perfect top line and hip, but doesn't have the mass, doesn't have the overall width of that heifer in front, but one that I really like in terms of her quality and eye appeal. Congratulations on a real stout set of heifers there, girls.
Class 3 AOB 2 results. Second place, Henrietta 4H, Avery Smith. First place, McCurtain FFA, Chloe Mack. Made the class winners of AOB 2 back in the show ring.
All right, I think we're safe to start clapping again now they've got those others out of the way. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good job to these kids. And, you know, again, we need to acknowledge that there's a lot of different breeds out here, and I don't want to take away from any kids' program whatsoever, or any family's program that may have some different breeds, because, hey, it's whatever you can make work and make profitable at your operation. So I'm just going to kind of judge the cattle like I see them. And the heifer that I like the best, I think, is really dominant in terms of her profile and her quality and design. Also think she's pretty overpowering in terms of her muscle and her hip. My favorite is this heifer right in the middle. She'll be your champion. Congratulations.
It's going to be Jake Cox will be breed champ and overall preliminary sale order number 1. Bring in Joshua Donahoe. Chloe Mack, reserve and/or second overall sale order selection in AOB 2. Need Avery Smith, Class 3. Avery Smith will be third. That uses up that class. Class 1, Josh Donahoe out of Class 1 is the 4th selection, and that is the final selection in AOB 2. That's Josh Donahoe Class 1, 4th selection. So we're ready to move right into the Supreme Heifer Drive.
Avery. Hold him there. Hey. Hold there. You're AOB champ, right? Okay. Just hold there. Everybody else can take a deep breath. Need all breed champions. Need all breed champions. Make your way. Need all breed champions. Please make your way to the show ring. Kennedy Lockhart in the commercial heifers. Carly Clark in the Angus. Shayla Dismukes in the Charolais. Carly Clark in the Key. Isaiah Salee in the Hereford. Bailey Smith in the Limousin. Parker Lockhart in the Maine. Caitlin Skiles in the Red Angus. Eli Matthews Shorthorn. Shada Carpenter Simmental. Kendall Baker AOB 1. Jake Cox AOB 2. We need all of you. Make your way towards the show ring right now.
If you have a lanyard, you should be in the staging area. Use the alleyways and the adjacent alleyways. Reserve breed champions line up at the staging area door. If you have your lanyard, find your breed and group up. If you have a lanyard, find your breed and group up. Lowest lanyard toward the front, closest to the door.
Well, first and foremost, I want to take the opportunity to say thank you to the folks here at the Muskogee Regional Livestock Show for giving me the opportunity to fill in for another judge here this week. It was my pleasure to get to come down here, and it's kind of a special treat for me because although now I live up in Gordon, Nebraska, I was raised most of my life in Muldrow, Oklahoma, and I got to show at the Muskogee Regional Livestock Show, but in a little different barn than you guys show in now. So this is wow, you guys are kind of in high cotton compared to what I remember, but I think that needs to kind of be recognized and said, geez, you know, this show's been around for a long time, but for all the supporters at the government level, at the school level, at the parent level that make something like this possible for you guys to have that, it's just tremendous. And look at the support that it's built here among the kids and the livestock exhibitors. I mean, here we are in eastern Oklahoma. We're just looking at one tiny portion of a real powerful livestock state here in Oklahoma. And I guarantee you, write it down and underline it twice, there will be heifers out of multiple breeds that come out of this district show in Oklahoma that are going to have national success. Not one, multiple heifers. That's how good and how tough I think the competition is. I think that it was the Maine show where we talked about, I almost feel bad for some of the ag teachers and the parents and the people involved with this, because it takes so much to make any one of these get to this point. First, you got to find them, then you got to be able to afford them, then they got to stay healthy and do all the other things. They got to get bred, et cetera, et cetera. They got to eat and drink when they get to the show. They can't be sick. And so to get to this point, there's been so much that's gone into it. There's so many kids that are so deserving of everything they've got and much, much more here today. So I hope you guys hear in my voice and in my words me express how impressive you people are and these cattle are. I'm totally blown away. I expected a good show and expected a good cattle, but it is exponentially greater than what I thought it would be here. I think these kids deserve such a tremendous round of applause from you guys and a tip of the hat from me. I use the word great one, and I think there are some great ones within the breeds. I think we get to select a champion, a reserve, and a bronze. And those three heifers I'm going to put in that category of not great ones at this show, not great ones at this district, not great ones at this state, but I think great ones in their breed. It's a real honor for me to be here, and thanks again for the privilege.
So your Supreme Heifer is a breed champion Angus, exhibited by Charolais Clark. We need Grace Fenton. And your your reserve Supreme Heifer is Parker Lockhart with a Maine, so we need Charolais Clark. Actually, Carly's already been, yeah, we can have Charolais. She can have a chance at one more time. So we need Charolais Clark with your Maine Heifer. So Caitlin Skiles is bronze medallion and third overall with her breed champion Red Angus. So we need Reed Groves, and hang tight, we need to get reset. So I believe Charolais Clark is going to go out in the main, and we'll need Braden Hansen, correct, Kim? Need Braden Hansen with a key and a main. Need Braden Hansen's mane if it's not already on its way or close.
It's on its way.
It's on its way. They're coming around the bend. Turn 4.
Gary, here's your next in the main.
Okay, you need a meter for it.
It's coming behind me.
Jada Carpenter will be 4th. Jada Carpenter will be 4th in sale order. Grace Fenton, we need you with your scimitar. Grace Fenton with your scimitar. Braden Hansen will be 5th overall with his mane. Need Tanner Seabolt with your mane. And Erica Ward with the key. Kennedy Lockhart will be 6th with a commercial heifer. So is that going to take us to... Need Chloe Clark. Bailey Smith will be 7th selection with her Limousin. Need Kennedy McCullough with your Limousin. Erica Ward will be the 8th selection with a key heifer. Need Addie Kreiner, your key heifer. Again, Addie Kreiner with your key heifer. Addie Kreiner with your key heifer. Here she comes.
Okay. Hey.
Grace Fenton will be number 9 with a scimitar. So we need Cassie Kelly with your scimitar. So we need Cash Kreiner, is that right? With his Angus. Cash Kreiner with his Angus. Cassie Kelly with your scimitar. Chloe Clark is the 10th selection. Need Lily Bollinger with your commercial. Kennedy McCullough will be number 11 in the sale order. Need Kinley Cole with your Limousin. Once again, Kennedy was number 11. We'll bring in Kinley Cole with your Limousin.
can take that silver truck. I mean, that goes. You can take that trailer if it's just tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking you might want to take that off. You can use that truck. It ain't no big deal. Run out there and put out a set of skids for me today, and you shank it off at the farm. Just unplugged, you know.
Eli Matthews will be the 12th selection. Eli Matthews, the 12th selection. Need Cassie Kelly. Cassie Kelly with your shorthorn. Working on selection number 13 right now. It's going to be Cash Kreiner with his Angus. Need Addie Kreiner's Angus. Yes, Cash Kreiner was 13. Working on selection 14 right now. Jake Cox with his AOB 2 is selection 14. Chloe Mack, your AOB 2. That was Jake Cox. He's selection 14, working on selection 15 now. Bringing in Chloe Mack, AOB 2. Isaiah Salee with a Hereford is going to be the 15th selection. It's going to bring in Noah Perry with your Hereford. Once again, Isaiah was selection 15, working on selection 16 right now. Shayla Dismukes with the Charolais is the 16th selection. Finley Mosteller with the Charolais, we need you. Lily Bollinger will be 17th selection with a commercial heifer. Need Kinley Cole with a commercial heifer. Tanner Seabolt's going to be the 18th selection with a main. Need Cody Denton with your main. It was the 18th selection, working on 19 right now of 40 total. Cody Denton with a main. Need Cody Denton with a main heifer. Again, this will be the 19th selection. Addie Kreiner will be the 19th selection. Need Addison Kennedy with an Angus heifer. Need Hayes Mosteller with a 5th place key heifer. Hayes Mosteller. Hayes Mosteller needs your key heifer. Working on selection 20. It's going to be Noah Perry with the Hereford, 20th selection, Noah Perry with a Hereford. Need Lily Connor. Lily Connor with a Hereford heifer. Lily Connor, we need you with your Hereford heifer, please. Lily Connor and your Hereford heifer. Need Lily Connor with your 5th place Hereford heifer. Lily Connor, we need your Hereford heifer in the show ring right now. Here comes Lily in the gate right now. Kinley Cole will be selection 21. Kinley Cole with her Limousin heifer is 21. Need Claire Kreiner. And we also need Cora McDonald. 5th place commercial heifer, Cora McDonald. Working on selection 22. Finley Mosteller will be selection number 22. Need Katie Dismukes, your Charolais heifer. Katie Dismukes. Finley Mosteller was selection 22. Cassie Kelly is selection 23 with a Simmental heifer. Need Remington Cooper with a Simmental heifer. We need Cade Fowler with a Shorthorn. Need Cade Fowler with a short horn. Next selection will be the 24th selection. It's going to be Remington Cooper will be 24. Need Reed Groves with a Simmental heifer. Reed Groves is 25th with a Simmental. Need Kalen Groves with a Simmental. Need Kalen Groves with a Red Angus. Kalen Groves with a Red Angus. Addison Kennedy's the 26th selection with an Angus heifer. Need Joseph Davis. Joseph Davis with an Angus heifer. Joseph Davis is selection 27 with an Angus heifer. Need Andrea Smith with an Angus heifer. Joseph was selection 27. We're working on number 28. Waiting on our Angus. Andrea Smith with an Angus heifer. Coming in the back gate. Need Kai Fowler with a red Angus. Kai Fowler with a red Angus. Kaylin Groves was 28th in the sale order with a Scimitar. Kaylin Groves, 28th in the sale order with a Scimitar. Dylan Denton. Kai Fowler in a red Angus. Again, don't forget to purchase those 50/50 raffle tickets or your chances to win one of the fire pits, OU or OSU themed fire pits. It'll be given away tomorrow evening. And come back again this evening. 7 o'clock will be the steer show. Cody Denton will be the 29th selection with a Maine heifer. Need Giles Wisenhunt with a Maine heifer. You can get your chances on those fire pits. See someone with the Haskell 4-H or FFA. Katie Dismukes will be 29th with a Charolais. Need Carly Dismukes with a Charolais heifer. Excuse me, 30. That's correct. 30 was the Charolais. Katie Dismukes is 30, Gina. Katie Dismukes is 30. Working on selection 31 of 40. Claire Kreiner is 31 with a Limousin heifer. Needs Sophie McGuire with a Limousin heifer. Lily Connor is going to be the 32nd, number 32, Lily Connor, 32nd selection. Holly Perry, the Hereford heifer. Cora McDonald will be number 33. Cora McDonald is 33. Let's go to Cassie Kelly. It's going to drop us to Hazen Miller with your commercial heifer. Hazen Miller, we need your commercial heifer. Carly Dismukes is the 34th selection. Abby McFall. It's Carly Dismukes with a Charolais, and Abby McFall brought her Charolais in. 35th selection is Hazen Miller. So we need Kai Fowler's commercial heifer. Kai Fowler's commercial heifer. Hazen Miller was the 35th selection with a commercial heifer. Kai Fowler's 10th place commercial heifer. Cade. It's Cade Fowler, 36th selection. Cade Fowler with a shorthorn heifer. Need Destiny White with a shorthorn heifer.
Working on selection 37. '37th selection is Dylan Denton with the Simmental. Gracie Wasson with the Simmental. So again, Dylan Denton was selection 37. Sophie McGuire, 38th selection. Sophie McGuire, 38th selection with a limousine. Need Jimmy Collins with a limousine. Jimmy Collins with a limousine. Sophie was the 38th selection, selecting position 39. Gracie Wasson is number 39. Gracie Wasson is 39 with the Simmental. Need Addison Kennedy. Actually, we need to go to Brody Lovett with the Simmental heifer. Brody Lovett. This will be selection number 40. We will select 12 alternates. Kai Fowler with a Red Angus is number 40. Kai Fowler with a Red Angus is number 40. Need Jocelyn Richter with a Red Angus heifer. We will now select 12 alternates.
Need Dakota Montague with a commercial heifer. Dakota Montague with a commercial heifer. Jocelyn Richter, we need your red Angus. Kendall Baker, first alternate. AOB 1, need Frankie Neighbors. Frankie Neighbors. The AOB heifer. AOB 1 heifer. Kendall Baker's first alternate. Second alternate, Dakota Montague. Second alternate, Dakota Montague. Need Brody Lovett for the commercial heifer. Andrea Smith is a third alternate. Need Gracie Stonebarger with an Angus heifer. Hayes Mosteller is 4th alternate with a key heifer. Need Avery Hammonds with a key heifer. Clear the way for Avery Hammonds. Clear the way for Avery Hammonds, y'all. Working on the 5th alternate selection. Giles Wisenhunt. It was Giles Wisenhunt, wasn't it? 5th alternate. Giles Wisenhunt. Need Jade Crawl with a Maine heifer. Giles was 5th alternate. Chloe Mack is number 6 alternate. Chloe Mack, number 6 alternate. AOB 2, need Avery Smith, your AOB 2 heifer. Avery Smith, 7th alternate. Avery Smith, 7th alternate. Joshua Donahoe, your AOB 2 heifer. On his way down the alley right now. Joshua Donahoe coming in the gate right now. Next selection will be the 8th alternate. Brody Lovett with a Scimitar will be the 8th alternate. So we need Claire Foreman with a commercial heifer. We need you. Claire Foreman with a commercial heifer. We need you. And Gracie Stonebarger, we need you with the Scimitar heifer. Gracie Stonebarger with the Scimitar heifer. Claire Foreman will be the 9th alternate. Jade Crawl, we need you with a commercial heifer. It was Claire Foreman with a commercial heifer. Jade needs a showman. Jump, Lily, jump. Jade Crawl is going to be the 10th alternate. Jade Crawl, 10th alternate. Need Jace Bybee with a commercial heifer. Jade was 10th with a commercial heifer. Carmen Scott, we need you with a Maine heifer. Carmen Scott, we need you with a Maine heifer. We need Jace Bybee with a commercial heifer. 2 more. Scratch Bybee. Need Mason Montague with a commercial heifer. Mason Montague with a commercial heifer. Carmen Scott, we need you with a Maine heifer as well. Okay, we need Lane Lewis with a Maine heifer. Lane Lewis with a Maine heifer. This will be the 11th alternate. Destiny White will be the 11th alternate with a shorthorn heifer. Need Hayden Stevens. Hayden Stevens with a shorthorn heifer. Destiny White was the 11th alternate with a shorthorn. This will be the 12th and final selection for alternate. Hayden Stevens, 12th alternate. Hayden Stevens, 12th alternate. Everybody else in the ring can be dismissed. Want to remind you, 7 p.m. will be the steer show. 7 p.m. will be the steer show. See you back in just a bit.